Dear all, a very warm welcome to the third edition of Realty Plus Marketing Minds Summit and Awards 2024. The event is all once again set to recognize the astute marketing talent of Indian real estate and create a platform for deliberations among renowned marketing professionals on some topical themes. And to do so, we have a fantastic lineup of eminent experts of the industry with us today. I'm Sapna Srivastava, editor of Realty Plus, and let's begin the proceedings of the day with the auspicious Ganesh Mantra.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
So this was, thank you. And on that auspicious note, let's take a look at the brief introduction of Realty Plus.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that, by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis, by showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the path.
It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality.
Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
So this was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what are our latest initiatives. And to know us better, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head Realty Plus. Let me also inform you all the event is being live streamed right now on the Realty Plus website, rprealtyplus.com, and on the Realty Plus LinkedIn and Facebook pages. So with that, friends, let's begin the first panel discussion of the day on the topic Customer Experience in Real Estate Sales and Marketing. Let me introduce the panel for this topic. The session will be chaired by Govind Rai, co-founder and CEO, Insomniacs. With over 10 years of experience in real estate consulting to the leading real estate brands across India, Govind Rai has specifically focused on helping realtors focus on efficiency and drive better ROI. Govind, a very warm welcome to you. And let me now introduce our eminent speakers in an alphabetical order. First of all, Alok Gupta, Director, Graphics Ads. He has over 15 years of experience and has brought in accountability and professionalism in all functions of the organizations working. He's connected with various associations like Entrepreneurs Organization, Roundtable, Indian Angel Network, CII, Young Indians, and PhD Chambers of Commerce. The next speaker for this discussion is Palak Dani. She's Chief Marketing Officer, Runwal Group. And with 20 years of experience in marketing, Palak is a seasoned professional who leads the marketing strategy and execution for Runwal Group. She has a proven track record of curating and implementing innovative campaigns that elevate brand awareness, drive consumer engagement, and generate revenue growth. Our next panel member is Rahul Bansal, co-founder and CEO, Propacity. He is passionate about building tech-enabled businesses in emerging markets, a real estate and technology enthusiast with a love for solving complex problems. Rahul is helping real estate professionals to scale faster. Our next and final member for this discussion is Smarjit Mishra, Head Marketing and Strategy, Residential Brigade Group. Smarjit is a seasoned marketing professional with over 17 years of experience, and he has been leading the marketing and strategy verticals for Brigade Residential Projects. He is also core member of Catalyst, their digital transformation initiative focused on CX improvement. He has previously been associated with realty firms such as Lodha and Total Environment. So this is our panel, and Govind, I hand it over to you now.
Thanks a lot, Sapna, for giving me the opportunity yet again and such a stellar panel. So, Alok, Palak, Smar, and Rahul, welcome all of you. I'm going to straight get started with my first question that I have for the panel today, and that's called the missing link. So, we all know, unlike any other industry, real estate is about quite a bit of customer journey. There are multiple touch points. My first question to you, largely to Palak and Samar, to begin with, is what are the touch points that we as real estate fraternity can end up elevating where the customer experience and the journey of the customer is concerned? What are the touch points where if you could just put out some missing link, some problem statement to initiate the conversation?
I will take this up in terms of the first question. Hi, thank you. Thank you for inviting me on this panel. And it's a great afternoon and Mumbai is really, really hot. So coming back to your question, Govind, obviously there are various touch points when we talk about in terms of customer experience. Okay, I would not get into the regular touch points, which is maybe the digital platform and when they visit the site and the post position and all of those touch points. I think the missing link in all of these touch points is the intangible touch points that we actually, miss out on. Okay. We need to focus more on the intangible assets, where we can enhance our customer satisfaction, which will, I think, more and reputation, reliability, and trustworthiness for the brand. Okay. The moment we miss out on the intangible features of this, okay, I think we are losing out on the customer. And it is significantly important today because customers are sensitive in terms of a lot of other things other than your regular customer experience. So I think we need to focus on those feel-good factors and the intangibles of the customer experience.
Yeah. I'll go deeper into the intangibles, but before that, Samar, over to you. What is your take on the same?
Hi, Govind. Good afternoon, everyone. I completely agree with what Palak just mentioned, that a part of the CX is what you would actually now consider as maybe the default ones, like a nice site experience, a brilliantly, I would say, well-groomed staff, a very organized sales pitch. But it is actually the intangible. So, for example, how seamless has the entire maybe scheduling of the site visit been? Or actually, if you were to even look at it post site visit, how much of it actually reaches you on its own? I know you've done a lot of work on that part to automate a significant part of the journey. But that is where I would say the true differentiation lies, because I would say sales and marketing, the typical way was maybe to put out an ad, follow up with them, get them to the site, and then maybe just let things take its natural course. As marketeers, we would all like to control a longer part of the entire journey, and there are systems and tools which are available for us to curate it and standardize it. Because for many of us over here, the true challenge today is how do we put out an experience which is standardized at scale, so that no matter what, I might be meeting 1,000 walk-ins, all 1,000 of them should be privy to the same bit of I would say the key nuggets about the project, which influences their decision. I wouldn't want to leave it to anyone's maybe good judgment that whether they have communicated this part and also a focus to lie on the intangibles, the post sales experience part of it, how seamlessly has entire bit been stitched, the handshake between your telecalling team and the sales team. All of those aspects also actually play a huge role in the overall customer experience, in my view.
True.
So totally true, and you have covered the intangibles pretty well. So I'll come back to Palak also on the same. But before that, Alok and Rahul, I'm going to come to you. You are on the other side of the narrative. The developer fraternity you have been serving for a very long time, and there are certain challenges that you have been addressing too as well. Alok, I will start with you in the North market, and Rahul, you cover the Western belt, and give me a little bit of an insight that what are the challenges that you have seen on the other side of the table.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, one part of the introduction of mine missed that we are one of the largest advertising agencies working in the real estate segment. That's the reason I'm sitting here today with all of you. So, great start and great question to begin with, Govind. From the other side or the other perspective that I bring to the table is that, and I often talk to real estate clients of our own and guide them on these, that, every client or every walk-in or I'd say every consumer can be a future customer for any builder. So how you treat your vendors, how you treat your own staff, and they are further treated, they further treat the clients. Those touch points are very sensitive, as Palak mentioned, the intangible aspect of the overall scheme of things. So today that is more important than the tangible one. Obviously, tangible today, no one really cares because it has to be in place. It is a given that, those things are obviously in place. But one of the very interesting things that we are seeing in the North, I don't know about the other markets, is that, the market is moving towards premiumization. It's no longer a basic or a very entry level focused segment. And the 40 to 50 lakhs today, which was entry level, gets sold within minutes, and the intangibles don't really play a bigger role. But when you are moving towards a premium market, the customer there has very limited time and usually high on judgment. So for that, you really have to take care of even the smallest bit, something like how they're being served their water, their tea or coffee. So those things also create a whole lot of value in terms of, customer experience. How the builder is able to settle the disputes, that's a very important challenge that comes to fore. I mean, are they really fighting for the smaller things, or are they just, going forward with the relationship? One relationship can enhance 7 more relationships. That's what we were told when we used to study. And I think that's what we experience now. One bad experience can ruin 21 bad experiences. One good one only enhances 7. So that's a very good matrix that, we discuss with our builders. Everything has to be hunky-dory for the client.
So this negativity spreads faster, and
Yes,
positivity we
it
have to work a
does.
lot harder. So okay, Rahul, over to you. You give your perspective based on you have been operating in tier 2 developers as well, right? Where the customer experience as a conversation itself is pretty new, right? How are you taking to that problem, and what are the missing links you have found?
No, first of all, delighted to be on this panel. Just to give a small introduction, Propacity is a platform that helps emerging developers grow faster, right? So when I talk about emerging developers, we are primarily either helping tier 2 developers in tier 1 markets, or we are helping developers in tier 2 markets. Like my biggest client come from a city called Haridwar. Then we have clients in Vrindavan, Dhalera, and all these places. And then we also work with a lot of tier one developers. But I think summarizing upon a lot of points that have been discussed on this panel today, one is how the touch points have to be standardized across all the channels, right? So when we talk about a customer experience, we first have to understand that the customer experience is created by multiple people, right? So there is a developer which is calling the customer when it comes to the pre-sales. Then the sales is interacting with the customer. Then the people at the site are also interacting with the customer. Then the broker is also bringing the customer onto the site, right? And what we essentially see when we work with developers is that all these touch points are different. And while there are a lot of conversations that happen in between standardizing these touch points, there is much less effort that goes in training everybody and all these stakeholders and making them understand why is it important, right? Like when we sit on the other side of the spectrum, when we as marketing folks and our metrics are completely aligned with the conversions that happen. But at the same time, there is much less education with respect to the pre-sales team, the sales team, the vendors, the brokers, with respect to how you can improve that customer experience. So one of the exercises that we launched this platform called Propacity Plus, in which the entire idea was that how can we primarily focus upon educating the brokers, educating the pre-sales folks, educating the sales folks, and then all that what we are discussing today. I think there is a lot of knowledge, education, and best practices that are available, but the intent and the effort that has gone in trailing those best practices down to the lowest level of the pyramid is very less, right? So that is something that needs to be done, in which how we are making sure that the values, the ethical ecosystem of the entire company is something that is layered down to everybody in the company. If that is done, I think a major problem will get solved.
Absolutely, Rahul. And I have a lot of many questions for you when we'll talk about technology. But before that, let me move to a very important question. A lot many customers that I interact with into the real estate, like whenever they're buying a home, their largest complaint is about एक बार booking हो गई, developers have not bothered about us, right? It's very difficult to chase. Before that, developers are the one calling them the most. My question is, this is a problem a lot many real estate developers have started addressing. And I'm seeing, Summer is here, where Brigade has made a good amount of moves in terms of the backward and forward integrations. Multiple developers are making the forward integration in form of facility management, putting it as part of the experience as well, because they believe that, as Alok mentioned, कि अच्छे काम के बारे में केवल 7 तक पहुंचेंगे, बुरा काम किस लो तक पहुंचेगा. Keeping that in mind, do we see a future that most of the larger developers will start moving towards owning the post-possession experiences by having their own team maintain or take care of the facility management offerings for the larger cycle after the possession as well? Do you see this trend is important? Do you see this trend will grow, or it is going to be case-to-case scenario? How do you look at this particular phenomena? Samar, I'll start with you on this one.
Sure, it's a very pertinent point you bring up, Govind. And as a part of my, if I look at maybe the last 2.5, 3 years, one of the initiatives I was fortunate enough to be a part of was called Catalyze, which focused completely on the CX part of it. And at the outset, what we did was we did a complete bunch of FGDs with customers at different stages, be it at the initial part when the booking has just happened, people who have kind of maybe booked and are waiting to take position, and then people who have taken position and have been living there for the last maybe a year or two. So what you said, you just hit the nail on its head. One recurring trend that we would see is when you look at the overall CX, at the time of booking, it is at a high, then it drops, and then it stays low throughout the entire journey till maybe registration and just till about almost about possession. Immediately post possession, the experience again shoots up because people are by and large happy with the product that they get. And one of the key differentiators, it's a no brainer that if you want to actually differentiate, because RERA has leveled the playing field, and the true differentiator now will definitely come in through the softer aspects, the CX part of it, which is where we decided we broke it up into maybe 15, 16 different bite-sized challenges. And then we put out what is high impact, relatively lesser, I would say, on maybe effort. And we went about kind of addressing all of that. And to answer, I mean, the later part, what he said is how important is it to actually own the complete facility part of it? I would say, I mean, just taking a step forward, it is also about maybe the say the society, the community app, for example. So what we did was, while all developers do have their own estate management, the facility management team, which typically is there till the association, the ad hoc association comes forward and takes ownership. We've also developed our app, which we are rolling out across all of our projects, because we realized that the best feedback is actually right there for us to kind of dip into and take up. So that was one. Second is, it's a conscious call, because we develop large townships, right? So what happens is, typically you have sold out a phase, you have delivered, the later part is still maybe under approval, you're yet to come back. So the moment maybe the association or someone were to take over, maybe there are certain elements which they don't feel are relevant, so it would go off just in the interest of maintenance. So the overall quality, I would say, the maintenance of the project takes a hit at times. So it's a conscious effort always, that as long as you're part of the project in multiple phases, also try to do as much as possible, so that you are continuing to remain within the project, and continue to kind of serve the project, and it's in its true glory. Because at the end of the day, your product is your best marketing tool. As long as that is maintained well, you are you have a happy set of customers, marketeer's job is half done. So those are the conscious efforts we have taken to kind of make sure that we stay invested in the project for the medium to long term.
So in continuation with the same, I'll ask one more question. Last time we met in Goa, there was an interior company, like a whole interior setup was getting developed. I wanted to know, what's the traction, what's the trigger point? Do you really believe it is helping in retain the customers better, improve the customer satisfaction level? What's your take on that part?
So absolutely. So that it was a fledgling business then. This was I think about a year back. So May or June is when we had met in Goa, and the business has scaled up quite a bit. And in terms of hiring, recruitments, that was the team which has actually added the most. If I look back in the entire organization, 1 year down the line, that is the team which has grown the most. Customers have also kind of, because a developer also is in a unique position to control a larger chunk of the value chain. All your interior companies can only come into the fray once the registration is done, the handover is done. But if you have your own team which is servicing these requirements, you can kind of actually hit the ground running maybe 6 months before possession. So the entire pitch becomes that as your home gets delivered, you get it along with interiors, which is something which many customers have really warmed up to the idea. And the other part also is, it's not a one-off incident, because it's in our interest to make sure customers are happy, so that the word of mouth spreads. And it's today, that be it your Telegram groups or a WhatsApp group, it's just one message that is required to dent your reputation. So which is where, since we are heavily invested into the manpower, the technology, so making sure a right quality gets delivered is a primary focus for us, as compared to maybe any individual retail operator who might be out there, and for them it is just one project. Over here, we have lent the brigade name onto the entire offering, and hence it has to be of a certain quality. So it's a win for us. It's definitely a win for the customer, because they see the value in kind of you directly save on 3 months at least to make it usable, be it for renting, end use purpose. You say straight away shave off 3 months from the entire time to move in for a project. So it has really scaled up, Govind.
Super. So, Palak, I'll move to you on this one. With Runwal Group, I believe the scale is just getting bigger and bigger with time. Do you see in foreseeable future where Runwal Group also would love to enter into this kind of a domain? What's your take overall, looking forward to the 5 years journey?
So 5 days running, I think we're talking about the FM thing, or we're talking about the interior?
The post-possession customer experience part, where the FM gets in part of the whole experience.
So basically, I think on a pilot basis, within the company, we've also initiated this interior bit, for one of our projects. Okay.
Okay.
So that's currently a pilot project that is going on. But I think overall, as an industry perspective, it's an absolutely to-do thing, when you maintain your post-production parameters right, because when you are selling an apartment which is worth millions, and you're not able to provide, a happy lifestyle, or a feel-good factor, or healthy living lifestyle to your customers, it's highly, not so great for your brand, and you are also risking to lose those customers and their loyalty. Plus, you are inviting negative publicity. So only I think by controlling this post-possession offerings, maybe whether it is facilities, maybe it is furnitures or XYZ, maybe it is good CRM or, everything right from your customer experience, like we were talking earlier. Okay. If you're not able to control that post-possession offering, then the developer needs to then think through, because to get once the right customer, that customer will by default come to you next time if the experience is better, in terms of everything, all touch points, whether to make his home in terms of interiors or to maintain his building, etc. So I think it's just the matter of time, but most of the developers will have to get into this game.
Superb. I'm looking forward to that. And Alok and Rahul, do you want to pitch in here, or should I move to the next favorite portion of mine? Alok, you're on mute.
Yeah, so I'd just like to pitch in. It's not an easy task for developers, as I foresee. Moving from a product to a product plus service offering, and that to in an industry which is very hard to please industry. I mean, facility management is, I'd say, one of the most difficult jobs for any real estate player to take up, because when you sell real estate, you are on the other side of table, and when you're in the facility management business, and that's a very different domain. So yeah, those who have long-term vision to go ahead, they are definitely going ahead with forward or backward integration, as Marjeet mentioned. I'm very happy to note that they are also offering the interior services, and I think that is the way to go for many builders if they can crack the code. Otherwise, many of the builders we see up north, they are collaborating with the best of the facility management offerers and going well. So it completely depends on the long-term vision of the builder, how they're going about it.
Great. Rahul, you want to pitch in?
Yeah, so this is a very exciting space that I am also following, though this is not my area of expertise, as I would say. One example that I would really want to share is that there's this developer that we were working with in Coimbatore, right? And this developer is not the topmost developer in that market. And with better facility management and interiors, they were able to charge a 2x premium on their property, right? And I think this is also a huge space.
I think there's some audio issue.
Rahul, I believe there's some issue, Rahul, at your network.
Yeah.
So in the meanwhile, let me move to the next question. Actually, it was directed for Rahul, but then Samar or Palak, you can start with, and then I will get Rahul on my side. So next question is my favorite, where all do you really believe that with the help of technology, we are able to automate or aid these experiences in a more efficient manner than whatever that we are dealing today? So the touch points that I believe that I've been following myself, I would love to hear your take, would be how the community management apps, the customer apps are being done, the broker platforms are being integrated, right? There is workflow automations overall, as we talked about the intangibles, and there's a lot much happening on the AI front as well. So this next round we're going to be spending a little bit of time, and I believe Rahul, you're back. I hope you heard the question, because this was a question I was directly coming to you to begin with. Samar, you get started, and then Rahul, you follow it.
I think Rahul or Palak should start. I've been going first last couple of times.
Rahul, you get started on this one.
Sure. I think this is definitely something that I would want to take up first.
Sure.
See, this is that one problem that I really want to solve at large. I genuinely think there is a massive dearth of people trying to solve for knowledge, community, as well as technology in real estate. And that is the one agenda that we are trying to solve for with this new product that we have launched called Propacity Plus. What we are trying to build, think of it like an Unacademy or a physics wala for real estate. We are trying to bring all the people, all the topmost mentors all across the country at a very dirt cheap price to brokers, pre-sales folks, sales folks, developers all across the country. Primarily, the developers and the brokers that I serve come from emerging markets. So all the conversation that we are having on this panel right now are all science, physics, chemistry to them. So they don't understand any bit of what we are discussing today. So when you get into this entire ecosystem, we realized one thing, that the real estate professionals, real estate brokers are very lonely, right? This is that one particular industry in which even if you have some insight, you do not want to share with the other person because you're sitting in the same market. And if you have some unique insight, you want to guardrail it, right? The other part is there is a lot of conversations happening around technology, a lot of conversations happening around AI, but these are conversations or these are problems that are which are amazing to solve, but there are lot many problems on ground which need to solve with, hey, can I communicate clearly in their language, build a relationship and go to them and say that, boss, you are struggling. First, making them aware about the problem. Second, we are there for you, creating a relationship of trust. And third, telling them that we will solve it for you the way you want to solve it for yourself, right? So how can you create a linguistic platform, multilinguistic platform, create training videos in Telugu, Marathi, Haryanvi, multiple other ways, bring the best of the best people, and create a community where brokers understand that, hey, we really want to create a better customer experience. I'll give you a small example. We did a NPS rating score with one of the developers in Haridwar, and we realized that 80% of all closures are happening via brokers, which is no surprise. Majority of the conversions across real estate happens via brokers. But the NPS score of the direct sales team was 3 times better than the brokers, right? Now, what happens is that as soon as the sale is done, the customer experience moves from the broker to the developer, and then it is absolutely goes bonkers. Now, this customer experience that has been created by the broker is trailing down to the developer, which is now harming the developer's reputation. And now the developer is in a suit. So what we realize is that broker बनना बहुत आसान है, सही broker बनना बहुत मुश्किल है, और सही experience create करना बहुत मुश्किल है. और उसके लिए एक बहुत simple platform चाहिए that can simply solve for experience, community, knowledge, and trust. So that is exactly what we are trying to do with the broker app that we have launched. Second, I'll just take another 30 seconds and I'll close. We also realized that the technology that we want to implement with respect to empowering the brokers, empowering the customer, the implementation of those technology products cannot be too long. Like, I cannot pitch to a developer saying that, hey, I want to solve for your customer experience with this entire ecosystem that I have built, but I will take XYZ amount of months and years. So we tried to make sure that how can we create the simplicity of an Excel sheet and the functionality of a Salesforce combined into an ecosystem. So then we launched the Propacity platform, which integrates the customers, brokers, as well as the developer into one single platform, and it is implemented in 48 hours into the ecosystem. So what we are trying to solve is that, hey, this is one ICP. I am not catering to the DLFs, brigades, Runwals of the world, but how can I create the next brigade, DLFs, and Runwals by enabling them with 10% or 20% of that you use within 48 hours? So that is what the entire idea is. I think that one step can lead to a massive change across the next 100 cities that are going to come in India.
True.
So, Subham, Rahul, I'm going to ask a few more questions in my next round that I have. But on this one, Palak, over to you. What's your take? And specifically with regards to the automations, if you could touch upon a little bit.
So I think, like Rahul said, the TAT is also very, very important in real estate, right? For anything and everything, and especially in marketing, everybody knows that how important is TAT, because we're always running short of timelines. Especially in this kind of a product where, if he's talking about the smaller tier 2 developers, for them to first experience it, that how does it work? So that is why the TAT is important. As long as we talk about the metro developers or maybe the Runwal or the brigades of the world, okay, we already have systems in place. We already have your brokers app. You already have your customer app. You already have a lot of these technologies which are currently in the system, and that is how the system is running smoothly. But it is also very important on the second side to, I think, educate your set of customers or your set of brokers, to how to use this app. Okay? Because just coming on the app and just regularly registering on the app and, uploading the documents is not the only thing that the app does. How is the app going to educate them so that it helps them in getting the updated information, maybe the brochures, etc., which in turn will help them to close the deal much, much better. Okay. And maybe, they will have a more sense of responsibility, more sense of updated information, which will only help them getting close more deals. So I think today we all have such great apps, okay? And this only enhances productivity and minimizes errors, I would say, if used rightly. And I think in terms of Runwal, we're already having a lot of them. We are leveraging those. and we are trying to see the best benefits out of it.
So great, Palak. Before Samar, I'll come to you and make it a little more specific a question. Alok, your take on the same question.
I think the developers can answer it very well, but my only 2 cents with regards to this question is that, I think simplicity is the essence for every technology that, we implement, be it customer facing or be it vendor facing. So every time we have to question that aspect of any tech. So very often we see that, with tech, we see a lot of slack coming into the system, a lot of duplication of work. Is the customer today is really constrained of time. So if the time is of essence to customers, then the developer or the partner has to ensure that, those extra things which can be taken care by developers team should be removed from any such tech opportunity. That's it.
Superb. So, Samar, I'm going to ask you. Brigade took this whole digital transformation journey 5 to 6 years back, right? So, currently, where are you believe that there are places where you really need to work harder? What are the challenges that you have faced in terms of adoption from the team and the customers? And what are the opportunities that you are facing or chasing where you believe that there's still scope of improvisation?
So there is a lot of the journey that we have traversed, and there's a huge amount of learning which we have kind of picked up along the way, and still there's a long way to go. And I would say we are maybe midway through the journey of where we would like to be. We have taken some large strides in certain aspects, and we invested heavily into bringing in a technology partner who deployed a large team on site, which was working with me and our IT team to kind of implement. We brought in some process consultants again from a big four who work with us within our premises to kind of actually look at what all are the maybe inefficiencies which exist and how do we iron those creases out. And the biggest challenges, if I were to zoom out and look at maybe this journey of the last, say, 3 years specifically, which I was a part of as part of this Catalyze project, is the challenges are at a high level too, just limited to two of them. One is the inertia which is there. Inertia, I think Rahul spoke about it, when Palak was alluding to it about how do we educate people. Alok spoke about the importance of having it a very simple, because everything, the real battle that we are always grappling with is inertia. Same for, if I were to pick up the example, you spoke about how have we used a broker platform or a community app. Now, every society resident already is familiar with the community app. They feel mera window idhar hai. This is where I see my ad. This is where I go to for accepting an entry. The moment I tinker with it through a new interface, there is a resistance which comes in. There is ki, okay, this is maybe the seamlessness with which I was accustomed to. Mujhe 2 click mein udhar pahunchna, now it takes 3 clicks. So there is a certain inertia which has come in, and you have to kind of overcome that. Same for a broker app. Now, all of us, all large developers will have their own broker app, but think of it from a feet on street of a broker perspective. On his screen, he will have to maybe have 10 different apps to log in the same lead for 10 different, as compared to earlier he would maybe put everyone in BCC and shoot out one mail, and then the lead is registered. But now, as and when more and more technology comes into the picture, is it simplifying what Alok was mentioning, or is it actually complicating people's lives to a certain extent? As long as we are able to give a very seamless, maybe a maximum a 2-click interface, it is not going to be sustainable. As since we are maybe in a position to influence and say, okay, this is the app that my society has to have, or this is how my leads gets registered, it can only be sustainable for a certain period of time, beyond which there will be a certain workaround which people will figure out. They will maybe oust you if your app is not as glitch free as any other in the this thing. And there are, what the people you're battling with are, they do this for their bread and butter. This is an adjacency for us, so this is always going to be this thing. So, and the other part also, which I mean I wanted to touch upon, one is the inertia. The other is this loss of control which many team members feel the once you automate some of it. Aaj kya tha, there would be maybe a channel partner vertical where the lead would have come in and they would have projected it. The moment there is a seamless integration with your CRM and the leads start appearing, it becomes a level playing field. Same goes for maybe I would say any lead registration process or any automation that you've done. There was somebody earlier, we used to have people chatting, if you remember, on our website. So maybe 5, 6 years back, all of them went off. So there was this feel, ki, okay, now everything is automated. Second is now the next part of the journey is once you've dropped a lead, what happens next? What happens next is also increasingly getting automated. People feel that, hey, somebody else is doing my job. How relevant am I still going to be? So that is a challenge, and the only way to overcome it is actually to invest into your IT. I would say the bandwidth, the infrastructure, and the people over there. Identify the right partners who understand technology, and significantly invest into training of your existing team members. Unless we have all of these three buckets completely in our control, it's never going to work. So I'll repeat, investing into your own, because a lot of the times there is a fancy presentation which will come in, but the actual implementation we know is never as seamless. There will be things will go wrong. So that is where a strong IT backbone has to be there in your ecosystem. And the company should not shy away from investing into it. They should look at it actually not as a cost center, but it's like an investment. It's a profit generating cost for you, is how you should look at it. Second is substantially investing into your training and the right partners again. Otherwise, you go wrong in one of those three, you are never going to get it right.
So the training part is my next question, but before that, Samar, you talked about a very important point, and someday I would love to discuss with all of you the challenge of plenty, right? Where you mentioned that everybody's going to have their own broker apps, that the brokers are going to go and they're going to think about how do I pass on to the leads onto all 10 developers. So yeah, this is a very crucial point that you addressed, and I don't think we have a solution yet, and that's the reason I'm not going to put you into a spot asking what do you have in mind. But let me move to the important section for today's panel that I believe it's very, very important. When I was growing up, everybody, 99 Acres, Magic Bricks, they all looked at us and they said, hey, we are solving the broken part under the customer buying journey, right? Where we are the one who are giving the experience, making it better. But more I started working with real estate developers, I realized somewhere this piece had to be fixed first from their end, right? If it is not getting fixed, nothing's going to happen. So my question here, I'm going to ask, it has two layers. In our customer experience, there are 2-3 stakeholders who are not in control of real estate developer. And that's where I want all the 4 of you to pitch in. Level 1, there are property portals who have been putting out the prices, and we have seen so much of disruption. And now their registration data available as well. Customers are going to the site and they're saying, last booking itne mein hui, why am I getting charged more? So that's a challenge in the customer experience journey, whatever that everybody had decided. And of course, the listing having a wrong name. So how do we address what should be the way? US and other countries have something called MLS systems, which we do not have in India, even for the secondary market. So that's one. And the second part that I wanted to understand, which already Rahul mentioned, and we're going to go deep into it. How should we really engage with the broker fraternity in a better manner? Because somewhere they are the middle people between the developer and the customer, who can actually create a great pitch for the product, make them understand about the pluses and minuses in a better manner. What are the initiatives do you see that you guys are taking? And what are the things that you believe that we as a fraternity should be doing together? And on this one, I would love, Alok, you start with from on the other side of the perspective, and then Palak and Rahul, and then Samar on this one.
Yeah, thanks. So, see, in terms of data control, when you're talking about third-party apps or third-party portals, I think we still have some way to cover. I don't know whether in future it'll be covered under ERA or wherein the builders can actually get hold of control of this data or their own postings. But as of now, I don't think so there is any immediate solution, because you have n number of brokers and anyone can post any single property and that property gets listed. I mean, today I can post any property at any rate, and that is open to all. So it's very hard to control that data. See, in terms of training of brokers or training of the people who are selling the real estate. So yeah, they are an important aspect of the overall scheme of things. But again, if I would have been a developer and I would have been in their shoes, I think they are important. But more important than the broker is actual customer experience, which we are talking about today. If today a developer is already sitting on a 10,000 plus inventory wherein the people have moved to their homes and are already living in those projects, then those 10,000 customers are a huge customer base for any developer to leverage going ahead. I mean, brokers are there to sell the property. They're not there to offer the experience. You can enhance uh, their education levels so that the experience becomes much better. But then again, the community or the thought process is such that they will not be thinking for a longer term. उनका काम है माल बेचना, कमीशन लेना, आगे बढ़ना, दूसरे प्रोजेक्ट पे लगना. So that thought process
Alok
not
spoke
change.
like a true not fraternity.
I really don't think that thought process will change. At the end of the day, the real estate owner, the builder, uh, they have to be concerned about the end user. If the end user is happy, then the middlemen will come and go. I mean, as an agency, we also know we'll come and go. So,
So, Palak, what's your take on this one? Like, he took a hard stance saying that unka kaam hai bechna, nikal jana, but do you really believe that is something different? Because there could be a different perspective here.
I'm sure. I somehow agree, but not completely agree with this thought process, though, because as long as your property portals, etc., are concerned, like we all know, currently we don't have any systems or rules in place on what do you upload on those systems, etc. But maybe there would be one point in time, or maybe some committee formed somewhere which has some regulations for these property portals to scan things and cross check at least with the developers if it is an ongoing property, not a resale kind of a thing, at least, and then post stuff, so at least authentic data is circulated. Otherwise, solving that mess looks a little difficult until and unless you don't have a proper authority, this kind of a issue. Secondly, or call, or I would call them as IPCs. I feel, yes, they are very, very, very important to us. Yes, one portion of it is definitely brokerage, but I would still consider them as, if nothing but 60-70% of your revenues that come are from channel partners and your IPCs, etc. So one is obviously training them. Second is obviously giving them all kind of right information. I would not call it pampering them though, but yes, respecting them for what they are doing. Okay, going out in the market and getting the right customer for you. Okay, because that customer also has 20 other developer options. Okay, maybe you are giving them 0.5 extra to that channel partner, but that is not the only way to lure him, right? So the way you behave with him also at site, and your so basically, like, again, I would say tangible and intangibles. You obviously pay on time, but how do you, a company or a professional behaves with him when he is entering the site with XYZ customers? It is not always important for the channel partner to sell a 20 crore product. Even if he's selling a 2 crore product, he needs to be, treated right. So training to them, yes, providing them with right details, and obviously timely payments, etc., which is the usual thing, is also very important. I think that is how they will also excel, and that is how I think they will also be loyal to you along with your customers, because yes, customer loyalty is important, referral is important, but like he said, that today they'll take brokerage and go away. But I think I have a little different viewpoint here, that today the customer will buy with you once, then maybe for next 3 years or 5 years or maybe 10 years, that customer might not. They might only give you reference. Wherein if you are treating the right way to your channel partners, okay, your business is definitely recurring, because they are the ones who are your eyes and mouth in the market. So that's about it.
Very well spoken, Palak. And Samar, I'll get to you. Rahul, I'll have some specific question in detailing. But before that, Samar, let's hear you out.
So I actually agree completely with Palak, because initially, say, marketeers would think of channel partners as someone who's coming in and eating into their share of business. And but if you were to actually think about it, any effort that goes into at a brand level, at a marketing level, it has a ripple effect on all possible verticals, be it NRI, be it your channel partners, be it your existing customers who are making a loyalty purchase or referring someone, and of course your direct part of it. So once you the organization maybe achieves that maturity that yes, all of this is vital for our business, none of them is important, we will grow as long as each of them individually grows, then with that sensibility you would actually not maybe shy away from saying, okay, where is this coming in from, where is that coming in from, and all. Having said that, there is a lot of, I would say, maybe the RCP, the retail channel partner part of it. Sometimes there would be stray incidents of maybe mis-selling happening or undercoating or pass packs and all, which does affect the customer experience to a very large extent. So it's about how you are able to maybe tackle that, and it again comes back to your policies, or how actively your team is scouting what is available online, because a lot of times they will also go through it as a normal customer would typically search, that I've gone to a portal and suddenly a property is being under quoted there, the 1 CR property being quoted as 75 lakhs, and then you figure out and you have to pull them up. And if there is a repeat offense, you have to serve them notice if required, because or somebody is not following your brand guidelines. We put out certain channel partner guidelines that it should clearly be shown that this is a channel partner site, and you cannot masquerade as a developer site itself, because some channel partners do that. Their entire premise is based on acting like a developer themselves till they reach the site. So as and a lot of channel partners, thanks to maybe the overall industry taking strong action and collectively putting out very strong messages which are similar, so it has helped everyone kind of arrive at a middle ground ki, okay, this is acceptable, that is unacceptable. And which I think is good for the business. Customer के लिए भी experience better रहता है, because he now clearly knows that, say you've done a channel partner logo and given it to them, unless they are prominently displaying it, I know I will serve them notice, or I would maybe penalize some way or not. So they are putting it out, customer knows what he's in for. And for us there is the transparency that there is no lead leakage or there is no misrepresentation which has happened. The other part, which is on the aggregator part of it, I work and I discuss extensively with everyone in the space, in the aggregator space, and my gut feel is it is definitely going to undergo some bit of consolidation at some point of time, similar to what we have seen for telecom. It is a matter of time before only maybe 2 or 3 aggregator platforms survive. The others will kind of drop off along the way, because customers are also, today I go and pick up any project, there will be 150 listings for that project, 149 of them will be with different brokers and one would be the developer. So for a customer also it's fairly chaotic, and they're just using it maybe at a very top of the funnel level. I don't think too many conversions, you cannot put out any attribution to this platform at all. And it's only a matter of time where people will start and they're also pivoting, honestly. I would say they are really pivoting. They are getting into adjacencies, services. They are coming into the channel partner business themselves, getting into site visit models, because they are also feeling the pinch that gone are the days people are just, there are 5 platforms, I drop a lead on 5 and then I wait for things to. And they have also really squeezed hard on the monetizing it from existing customers. You won't get maybe that many leads free of cost. So which is where you would see the true percentage of paying customers is actually reducing day by day. There are you might have also heard some large companies, I mean large names in this space, hiring off or shutting down complete verticals by themselves, which is also happening. And these are all trends to show that maybe we are in that midst where another 3 to 4 years, not more than 3 portals will survive, is what my gut feel is.
So you are predicting a consolidation in this space. We're going to have a
Yes.
debate later. I
Yes.
believe the opposite is going to happen still 10 years away for the consolidation. Before that, not many new people are going to come in. But now, Rahul, I'm going to have, since you already touched upon this a little bit with your services, I was curious to know what are the difficulties you are facing now that you're already helping developers and the broker as a fraternity to learn more, get educated. What's the traction like? What's the adoption like, and what's the intent to literally learn, or are they just there for transaction? What's your reading?
Okay. So I think the panel just got super exciting. There are so many contradicting and conflicting opinions, and I was writing so many notes that I want to touch upon. First of all, I have um, a strong opinion with respect to the broker integration with respect to real estate. I think this is that one industry which doesn't give the brokers its due, right? Like if you look at all the other mature industries all across the country, like if you look at the software industry, like your Salesforce is distributed via its broker, telecom is distributed via its broker. Even if you look at the entire private equity venture capital industry, right, it is distributed via investment bankers. If you look at the entire any industry, if you look at the FMCG industry, like you look at Unilever and the Nestle's of the world, I don't think the CEO of Nestle will ever come and say that, hey, distributors don't matter, right? So, and the point is that I hate how we oscillate, right? When the markets are great, then brokers are bad. When the markets are not great, brokers are great, right? So I think we need to have a very clear stance upon whether brokers are great or whether brokers are not. Don't oscillate, right? So that is number one. Second, I think in any market, brokers are still contributing more than 50% to your sales, and that is something that every tier one developer or a tier 1.5, tier 2 developer would agree to. So we should ideally be investing more of our efforts and energy in leveling them up and in like Summer said, placing checks with respect to who are the brokers that you want to interact with and who are the set of brokers that you don't want to interact with. Like I always understand that you create a better brand by saying no to people than saying yes to people, right? So you create a cohort of brokers which are contributing more and then say no to a lot of brokers which are not contributing so that you can create an anchor of best practices. That can also happen. And there is this one framework that is that we use a lot when we are empowering developers or when we are empowering brokers. Like somebody mentioned about pivoting, right? So you absolutely right. Startups like us or companies like us continuously pivot unless and until we reach onto that one part. I think in our 3.5 journey of building capacity, we are now reaching that part where we are able to find our anchor. We call this framework called the NRIs framework, right? What is NRIs? So N is niche, R is reach, I is innovation, and S is system, right? So we started as a company which used to say that, hey, we are for all sizes everywhere. We don't say that. We say that we have our own niche. We, in that own niche or identifying our ICP, we have our own reach channels that, okay, we are only catering to these set of developers or only catering to these set of brokers. Now, what is the right viewpoint of reaching out to them? How can we innovate continuously for them to make their experience better, to make sure that these brokers which are today working with not so great developers in the books, if you say, can tomorrow also touch upon the best practices of the Runwals and the brigades? And then how we can make it systematic, how it is not something in which a broker is living a 0 to 1 journey every single day. Like just to give you an example, like my dad has been investing into real estate over the last 40 years. I come from a small town in Jeans, family is into steel, and real estate has always been a constant. I have never seen my dad saying that my broker is bad. And he has the same broker over the last 30 years. So I think as the brokers have started increasing, the experience has started diluting. And coming to your question of intent, Govind, now brokers have a lot of intent because they have realized that unless and until they don't come out as an influencer themselves, they in a conversation, there are four more brokers who are pitching the same product the same way in the same market, giving the same discount, right? So they have to really create that level of trust on the table. And there is a lot of intent in order to get educated in the form they want to. Like a broker came to me and said, कि यार ये क्या CRM बना रहे हो, लिखवाओ मत मेरे से बुलवा लो, right? And then we created this entire small feature कि can we help a broker writing down using conversational AI in which the broker can just say ये lead खराब है and then it comes as a note, right? So that makes the broker's life so easy. And now when we were creating this entire platform of Rapacity Plus, then we said that, hey, how can we make their life easy? So a lot of brokers, when we used to go on the platform, say, sir, आप English में बात क्यों कर रहे हो? Then we switched to Hindi. Then when we switched to Hindi and we were doing a session in Hyderabad, sir, आप थोड़ा तेलुगु बोल सकते हो क्या? So then we brought somebody who is a creator in Telugu. So just doing very, very first principles, believing that you're not bigger than the market, being empathetic towards the audience that you're catering to, be it the developers or the brokers that I cater to, and creating a platform that works for them, right? That is the only thing that we believe we would want to assure. And my vision is to make sure that we are able to create 100,000 right brokers all across the country in the next 5 years who are transacting most of the real estate in India today. I'll just take another 1 minute and I'll come to the consolidation question. See, aggregation happen if there is a common value system between the person who is aggregating and who is being aggregated, right? Majority of the time, if you look at the aggregator products all across the country, I won't name any of them. They are not real estate businesses, they are franchise businesses. वो अपनी franchise बेच रहे हैं, ठीक है? So they are primarily just using a big brand, which is ideally from the US, and they are just going out and say कि आप trust buy कर लो because we are a US based brand, आप हमारी franchise ले लो. But there is no common value system. Like even if you place two of the same franchise in the same room and say, hey, tell me what is a value system that has been taught to you, they would say nothing, right? So I absolutely agree with what Samar said, that there is going to be a massive consolidation when it comes to these aggregators, and the aggregators which will have a common value system which trails down to the last person in the entire value chain is going to win, right? So we are taking baby steps in that entire journey by making sure that we identify the right ICP and we are able to create a solid mix of niche, reach, innovation, and system, and put a better punch in winning.
Super, Rahul. Quite insightful. And the voice part that you mentioned, the other day I was reading about this, that one of the worst innovation that happened to our generation is mouse, right? Because of mouse, everything was click-based, and because of that, every user interface was first click-based basis, right? And imagine, and we totally skipped the whole generation where we could have leveraged voice to do everything. And now, maybe because of the whole AI play, there's an opportunity. Let's try to make the best out of it. And I'm running short of time. Sapna is going to kill me. So I'm going to come to my last important question. So I have a theory. Please tell me how wrong am I, right? My theory says 5 years down the line, all the real estate developers competing for the consolidation in their space. We talked about aggregator consolidation. I'm talking about real estate consolidation, where one developer is going to go to the other city, and that has already started. The future is not going to be about quality. It is not going to be about timely delivery conversation. It is not going to be about anything else but customer experience. So those who are able to triumph with customer experience are going to win the battle, win the velocity from the customer in terms of the bookings. How wrong am I is the question thrown to all of you. And, Palak, I'll go with you to begin with. And if I'm wrong, then why am I wrong is a perspective that I'd love to have.
Hi, so I would not comment whether you are wrong or you are not wrong, but definitely this is not happening in next 5 years for sure, or maybe for that matter in this decade itself. So nothing for next 10 years. So see, I personally feel I don't foresee this, very soon. And in India, at least, yes, customer experience is important overall in real estate, but in India, your real estate purchase, okay, typically other than the 2% on the top of the pyramid, okay, who purchases real estate every 2 years, 3 years, or max 5 years, the remaining 98% people purchase real estate only maybe once in their lifetime, okay, and that is like one of their biggest purchase, okay. So how much ever best customer experience I think that you give, even as a diamond, as a return gift, but still you will have people who will obviously look into quality of the product, trustworthiness of the developer. Pricing will always play an important role, okay. No doubt your customer experience and your other touch points and the way you speak and you treat the customer will affect, okay, I wouldn't say no. But and I will not say that you are right or wrong at this juncture, but I don't think pricing and quality as a main parameter to close a deal in real estate will change at least for next 1 decade. So I don't see that.
So Palak has taken a diplomatic stance while crushing my thought process totally, but I appreciate it. The idea is quality and timely delivery will become a standard to all. From that perspective is the question. So Rahul, on this one, I'll go to you. the next?
See, if you go to a restaurant, even if the ambience is amazing, the server is also amazing, the table is also great, the food has to be amazing. If the food is bad, the experience is bad, right? That I think as simple as that. You're one of the pioneers of this industry, and you understand it very well, Govind. That when it comes to the entire experience that we create as marketers, what matters the most is the product manager, which is the developer. The product that they are creating in terms of pricing, quality, delivery, and everything else supersedes all the experience that we are creating with respect to communication, facility management, and everything else. So I think I am very happy with the fact that all the top tier developers are realizing it deeply, and that is trailing down to all the developers that I also cater to in emerging markets. And there is a strong sense in the entire fraternity that the product has to triumph everything else, right? So we are moving towards a great decade for real estate in terms of intent, capability, as well as exposure, and I'm super excited.
Very well said, Rahul. Samar, what's your take on this one? You're on mute.
So, Govind, I will bat for you on this one because I also truly believe that the customer experience is going to be the key differentiator. I briefly alluded to it that RERA has actually leveled the playing field. So here, I also get where Rahul and Palak are coming from. That the product is key, the pricing is key, because beyond that, I mean, there's no other, like the location, the construction status, the pricing, and of course the product itself. But the key differentiator here would be, say, between us or and a tier 2 developer. When you are actually pitching or you're competing in the same locality, you are going toe to toe, projects are adjacent to each other. All of what you get by investing in a tier 1 developer, be it the technology that goes into construction, the complete manpower cost, the technology which goes into your customer journey, is one part of it. The other is also the complete thought which has gone into your product design. So I would say the CX doesn't end only with maybe just the top layer of the intangibles, but it is far deeper, wherein you have researched carefully what is going on, you have put out the right product, and that is where your product is flying off the shelf, and at the same time you're able to command a premium. So the CX part, I would say, goes back into maybe investing well into your research part of it and putting out the right product as much as the journey of the customer itself. I truly believe a company which is not invested enough into the CX part will definitely get maybe, I would say, one upped by someone who has been consistently investing into this part. And like I mentioned, it has to start now. If you want to take a lead 5 years down the line, you have to be constantly understanding what the customer is putting out, what are their changing, evolving needs, because the gestation is very high. Today, I acquire a land. 18 months is the average time for me to actually hit the ground and sell the product. So this entire journey, you're doing so much of crystal ball gazing that it comes, but naturally that you have to invest into it. CX is going to be the key differentiator. How you treat them, how you make them feel throughout the entire journey is what will decide maybe at times that whether they'll come back to you or not. And how you maybe address all of the grievances once the entire project has taken shape, because the hint is in the name itself. It's a real thing that you're giving. It's real estate. But naturally there will be certain I would say some shortfalls and all. How you treat it, how you accept it, how you put the feedback loop in place so that you don't repeat the same mistake for your new projects will define what will make you truly great, and a huge scalable organization is what you could help build.
Super, Samar, very well said. And Alok, now parting notes from your end based on the overall conversation. What's your take?
No, I'll have to make it a 2-2 for you. I'd also like to CX going ahead will be an important thing. And there is something that as an organization, we always believe that India is not one country. We are at least 30 countries which are federally coming together. So regional sensitivities are very important in this market, and again they are very important for the customer experience that you're going to offer. So a customer, if I'm talking about North in Gurgaon, will be very different from a customer in Noida. And any organization which is trying to work in both the markets have to take care of those local nuances going forward. So you cannot just replicate one product which will go from Delhi to Mumbai to Hyderabad to Lucknow. There will be very customized and specific products or projects which will be selling across these markets. So that's where customer experience and the local factor definitely comes into play for this industry. So yeah.
So with that, thanks a lot, guys. There's a lot of learning that I've had. And thanks a lot for being so candid. And that's over to you, Sapna. I hope I finished in time for at least once. I've been trying to.
Yes, first of all, disclaimer that I am not going to kill you because you are a very valuable speaker and a great friend. So, and kudos, fantastic session we had. Thanks for moderating it so well. But Govind, what's your last words on the question you asked? Is customer experience going to be the sole criteria going forward?
So the intensity with which I asked the question, everybody got the gist. I truly believe that quality and timely delivery are now going to go at par. Everybody has understood the basic hygiene and mandates. So the real fight, which is already starting and shaping up, at least in the Bombay market, the way we are facing, even in Bangalore, a little bit that we have faced, people are really getting attracted to the people who are serving the customers well, taking care of them. And based on the interaction that we've had with the customers, I believe that's maybe not 5 years, as Palak said. I'll totally agree there. Might take 7 or 10, but that is where we're going to move towards. And as Samar said, and Rahul and Alok also watched about it, that local flavors have to be taken care of. At the same time, we have to start today to deliver in the future. So that's my take on that.
Fantastic. I think we have had some very, very insightful views from everyone, how customer experience is becoming and, is becoming important. And also, as all of you mentioned, that the link between the brokers, that needs to be sensitized in that department. So thank you, everyone. Thanks, Alok. Thanks, Govind, for moderating this session so well. Thanks, Rahul, for sharing your views, Palak and Smarjit, for sharing the developers' views on this, how you are taking it forward. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, everybody. Thanks a lot, Sapna. See you.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next panel discussion, taking forward our discussions on marketing, the real estate marketing. Our next topic of discussion is boosting real estate sales through ATL and BTL activities. So let me introduce the panel. The session will be moderated by Sameer Arora, CEO and founder Huts Global from Bangalore. He is the past president of NAD India and of Priya India, a veteran with 3 decades of varied industry experience, a learner, a coach, trainer by choice. Sameer has carved a niche name for himself in wealth creation for clients via various assets in real estate for both Indian and international markets. Sameer, a very warm welcome to you. Let me now introduce the speakers in an alphabetical order. Let me first welcome Ankit Saraf, founder Meraki Digital. Ankit has more than 15 years of experience and has worked with leading marketing agencies in London and international brands. In 2016, he started Meraki in India, which is now one of the fastest growing full-service digital agencies in Eastern India. Our next session member is Manish Porwal, Managing Director, Alchemist Marketing and Talent Solutions. Manish is a specialist in media planning, marketing communication, celebrity management, and people management with an enthusiasm for being engaged in creating successful business projects. Under his leadership, Alchemist, a young marketing solutions company, brings value of expertise in the services industry as it consults and executes marketing campaigns, runs digital agenda, provides celebrity interface, create IPCs, and many more aspects. Our next panel member is Ms. Pyali Dasgupta, Director Corporate Marketing and Public Relations for Knight Frank India. She is an experienced marketing and communications professional with a demonstrated track record of over 20 years. She has worked across aspects of traditional marketing, digital and new media marketing, corporate social responsibility, crisis communications, corporate communications, and market research. Our next panel member, let me welcome Mr. P. Rajendran, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, Shapurji Palanji Real Estate. Mr. Rajendran brings over 2 decades of rich experience in real estate and consumer goods. He has served in leadership roles in renowned companies such as Tata Value Homes Limited, Tata Housing Development Company Limited, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited, and Eureka Forbes, and he's also the founder of North Star Realty. Our next panel member is Ms. Suneet Singh, Vice President Marketing for TARC. Suneet has a combined 23 years of marketing and sales leadership experience, and at TARC, she leads all marketing functions to support the company's strategic growth plans. Our next and final member, let me introduce Dr. Vishesh Rawat, Vice President and Head Sales Marketing, CRM and Leasing at M2K Group. Dr. Vishesh Rawat is a senior professional with a proven successful track record of 21 years in marketing, sales strategy, business development, and leasing, and he has cultivated deep insights in the domain of residential, commercial, and retail real estate markets across India. So this is our eminent panel. Mr. Samir Arora, let me hand it over to you now.
Thank you so much, Sapna. First thing, am I audible to everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
So great. Welcome to the esteemed panelists. When I see such illuminary people in front of me, I always say I get a fear of speech. I fear when I'm not speaking. So I'm glad I'm the moderator and I'll continue to speak in between. Let's get on with it's a very interesting subject when Sapna connected with me and said we'll take it up because I think it's the need of the hour. The ATL and BTL activities which boost the real estate sales. So I keep saying, just to give a brief introduction, I keep saying consumers are statistics and customers are people. And real estate is a very people-oriented industry as customers buy their lifetime dreams for homes. Coming to marketing, we keep saying, what is success? Success at one point was who you know. Then it became who knows you. And now it's all about who wants to know you. And the real estate industry, let's face it, even the best real estate marketing strategies that did work a few years ago are on a slippery note today. To make things work, online mediums like Facebook and Google both continuously keep changing their algorithms. So this means getting leads organically is more complex than ever. The key is to learning how to adapt your real estate marketing plans for 24 and beyond. With the advent of more and more developers, the competition is fierce more than ever. To stand out, we must employ expert offline and online marketing strategies. I guess there is a background noise somewhere. Ankit, maybe it's from your end.
It's like for you guys just to talk to each other.
You could mute yours. Yeah, thank you. So choosing methods that open up larger audiences besides the traditional above the line ATL marketing or engaging strategies through below the line activations to develop a distinct competitive advantage is going to be the big way forward. I think that's all for me as the serious part for this. I am only going to keep adding a little humor and listen to all of you. And I'm sure our audiences will have a lot to learn from all of you. So, there's this movie that came, Khosla Ka Ghosla, that depicted the Indian real estate. And this Mr. Khosla asked one of the marketing managers to explain, with example, the difference between the visions of the future and why are they better than the dreams of the past. And this manager replied, forget the last night's hangover, just focus on where and with whom I'm going to have a drink today. So, that's on the lighter front, but we've come a long way in the industry from Khosla Ka Ghosla. And real estate plus infrastructure is writing almost 1/5 of India's GDP story going ahead in the next decade. To become the third largest economy and to touch that 5 billion target, the real estate industry will obviously have to add humongous value to the nation. And we have to attain that vision of now and future, which were just the dreams of the past. In order to do that, we need to understand the marketing of the future related to our industry. So the panelists are already introduced by Sapna. I'll skip that and start with Piali Dasgupta. That's the first question coming to you, Piali. Please help the audience understand a clear demarcated difference between ATL and BTL activities for the real estate market. Thank you.
Thanks, Samir. Let me start by saying that this is the first fundamental of marketing. I think all of us who went to business school was taught this as the first fundamental, apart from a few other things. But let me just start by saying ATL, defined as above the line marketing, is pure and straightforward, using traditional mass media methods of communication, which includes radio, television, outdoor advertising, some amount of online advertising can also be considered under the ATL banner. So, in terms of real estate, especially residential real estate, I think ATL is still very prolifically used. You will see outdoor banners all the time. I think radio is used extremely effectively by developers to spread their message, to bring out their key selling points. On the other hand, BTL marketing, below the line, the it's where you will connect with your audience in a more targeted fashion. So you could probably be looking at one-to-one connect through market events, certain other kinds of formats in which you can reach a little bit more targeted, including your digital marketing kind of campaigns. Now, what lies in between these two is what is really where the story is today. So that is interestingly called the TTL, or through the line. And this is where the two really start merging and interacting with one another. And that's where today the entire game really lies. Through the line is where you move between the above the line or the more traditional mass media based wider audience reach to the very targeted one is to one communication kind of reach. That's where the uh, through the line communication today lies. And this is the approach where most of marketing has started to happen. So when you talk about digital marketing, for example, or you talk about any kind of responsive marketing, whether it is through your, through social media marketing, through paid promotions, through Google AdWords, all of this lies really in between this, because you're targeting through certain kind of parameters. So it could be contextual, it could be geographic, demographic. But one of the things that is very important here in terms of targeting is actually regret targeting, because that's where a lot of us get it wrong. We don't take a regret seriously, and we don't try and analyze the regret in terms of why there is one, because that's where the real key to our learning lies. If you understand where did we make the mistake for not being chosen, is is more critical than perhaps knowing where we were chosen correctly. So, Samir, to sum up, these are your three broad parts to what marketing entails. So, ATL, BTL, and then there is through the line TTL.
Fabulously explained, Piali. Thank you so much. Ankit, I'll come to you next, but just let me tell you that my wife once wanted to understand from me as to what is economy, and I simply said my hair has been undergoing a recession, my stomach has been undergoing a massive inflation, and the COVID-19s and the lockdowns did put me through a recessionary depression. So that's all I could do to explain economy. But I'm sure, as somebody who's created brands and who's working on the tech side of it, the digital literacy will be the way forward as the ability to use technology to navigate, evaluate, and create worthwhile information. So please help build further on what Piali has said and advise what is really the depth of TTL marketing strategy, especially to boost real estate sales. Over to you, Ankit.
Thank you, Samir, and thank you, Piali. Just to, thanks for Piali has explained quite well in terms of what ATL, BTL, etc., and the difference between them. And kind of moving on from what you just mentioned, technology and integrating that is what kind of my answer would hinge upon. So of course, as you all would agree, I mean, there is no one size fits all in terms of marketing. Everyone has to try their own set of tools and tricks and audiences and everything, and whatever works for X brand might not work for another one. Of course, the core is to create a cohesive, seamless experience. And in the context of real estate brand, at least from what we have seen, everyone, tries to reach and do things which are the most difficult things to do. Everyone tries ki ye kar rahe, hum bhi ye karte hain, it's kind of thing where everyone tries to mimic that, the bigger builder is doing this, let me also try and do that. Whereas what I feel, and these are the 4 or 5 key points I would like to make, is that if specifically in terms of digital through the line, if you get these 4 or 5 building blocks right, I think you're kind of way ahead of what, say, a top line builder would be doing. The first thing that I would like to point out, which you rightly said, is digital transformation. Digital transformation is a key thing that till now, surprisingly, a lot of brands are struggling with. For most, digital transformation lies around making a good website, making, creating some touch points, doing a little bit of social media. Whereas I feel that people who adopt digital properly in the back end systems as well as front end consumer facing systems, integrating that all the way through their sales and marketing teams, those people are the winners. So, whether it's CRM tools, automation, new web technology, everything, if we kind of keep all of that in tow, then we are in a good place. Second point I feel are the basic building blocks. Now, you'd be surprised to know a lot of websites that we end up making, or some of the ones that come to us, till now have a very basic issue of speed. And again, I'm pointing that out again. Like I said, these are all very basic things that to do. Speed or having a fast loading website or a landing page. In real estate, we do advise all our clients to use landing pages as opposed to using their corporate websites, but a lot of them still end up using corporate websites. So of course, that's one thing in terms of understanding how you can build those basic blocks and have your tools and tricks in place so that you can have that drip marketing approach to enhancing and nurturing your clients or leads that come in. The third thing that I would like to stress upon, and I feel is quite important in today's time, is automation. And when we say automation, I don't just mean that somebody has submitted a lead and we've sent him a thank you message, and that's pretty much where a lot of automation ends. But what I mean is, if somebody has submitted a lead for a particular project, then how do you create content pieces around that particular project to help nurture that lead till the time the person has actually bought it? And even if, let's say, the person has not bought it and not unsubscribed, we can still nurture that lead for some other project that might be coming up in the future. So it's about how we can build automations, keeping our CRMs, ERPs. The biggest thing right now, which everyone is using, is WhatsApp. So how can we use WhatsApp automation to everyone's advantage? And with WhatsApp, WABA business provider with various platforms that are available, you can easily do it online. And one of the last thing that I want to, of course, stress on, which everyone here will concur, is data-driven decision making, which again is a big problem. We have hordes and hordes of data. We collect loads and loads of data, but often what we put forward in terms of marketing and using that data doesn't happen. So yeah, I mean, overall, if we kind of, to sum it up, if we just look at keeping our building blocks correct, I think we're in a good space. Over to you, Samir.
Fabulous, Ankit. I think extremely well summarized. Digital transformation, CRMs, basic building blocks, drip marketing approach, automation, and mind-numbing data-driven decision making. So I think if I've summed up what you have said, it's absolutely fantastic, and there is a pragmatic learning. My next question is coming to Suneet Singh. Suniti, my wife thinks that my brain is a masterpiece too. It basically has two parts, the left and the right. And unfortunately, the left has nothing right in it and the right has nothing left in it by where I've reached. So I would not be able to answer it. And that's where, we have to ask you this question as to what are the major ATL activities that you think the developers pursue in India and what are the pros and cons of it? I'm specifically starting with ATL because those are the building blocks, and moving on to BTL forthcoming in the panel. Please, Sunichi.
Hello, Samir and other friends of mine. The whole idea is, I think it's quite nicely done. I think what Pyali really differentiates between the ATL, BTL has already been set up, right? Addressing a broader approach and reaching out to the broader customer base is ATL, and being very targeted and very specific is BTL. So, I think the combination of two really works. But definitely, I think real estate players need to really focus majorly on ATL, and it's a given fact, whether it is a TV, whether it's a newsprint, whether it is, digital to an extent and events. That is what really is causing and making the ATL really effective. And many a times it's a given, right? But then there are like a TV advertisements, right? People wants to reach out to a wider audiences through this. Now, if you have a regional player, that's where the TV plays a slightly cost effective and a targeted approach really goes out of the sync. People who are based out of, let's say, a Delhi, like we are based out, or people who are very south based out of Bangalore, not necessarily want to showcase their product to the whole India as a space. So targeted approach doesn't really work across for a broader segment, but print is very localized segment, yet reach the marder reach. So that's what people use effectively in the ATL space, right? But ATL, again, print has its own limitation in terms of the cons that I put across is availability, right? Cost effectiveness, again, can't be very localized to a specific region. It has a wider appeal, right? Digital is a game which is actually blurring the lines, a TTL is rightly said by Ankit, it's actually falls under the ATL and the BTL slightly. It has a reach, and it can be very specific to the audience that is coming across. And events is something, again, we will put across in both ATL and BTL. You do a large scale event and you reach a wider audience and you really reach across. So I think the combination of T is the answer out here. And we need to be very effective in using this. Outdoor is one thing which really comes across as a media which is being used by all leading players. Uh, Again, there is a science behind it. I really like the way Ankit talked about, using data to arrive on a decision making. So we would do a lot of data analysis for outdoor as a media. Which are the areas that your people are coming from? You can be very specific in choosing. So it has a local cost effectiveness. Yes, you really can't measure that as a result, but you can really get across which areas you want to target, right? So there is a science behind the outdoor that needs to be applied. So these are the effective medias that is getting used in ATL, and both has its pros and cons. Needs to be very effective in using which project, which micro markets you want to work on. That's about it.
Fantastic. I think very extremely well summated, and I like the way where this panel is flowing in terms of one building up from the other, and it would be great knowledge in a 1 hour capsule for our audience. Manish, I'd like to come to you. I'm from Bangalore, and I truly believe the Punjabi software invasion in Bangalore happened only after Java, because most of them were extreme big experts on Mer Java, Mid Java, and all of that they were doing in college. But because technology is overtaking things, what are the major BTL activities that you think developers and realtors pursue in India, and what are the pros and cons of it going forward? Manish.
I mean, I must, before I begin, must compliment you. You're definitely making your wife happy today, and you're definitely making us all happy today with your jokes. But really, thank you for that. Coming back, so Samir, I have a context to this, and that context may be slightly different from what people would imagine. I would imagine our industry, real estate, as I call it, is slightly behind. If I may be a little harsh, maybe we are a laggard when it comes to usage of ATL, BTL, or TTL, as Piali also would put. The entire industry, I think for years, was in a state of general over demand. So what has happened is, over a period in time, A developer has all he or she has done is put a poster outside the place, and it was more like a placement news that I am now ready, see this elevation, and please come and buy it from me. And people have gladly done so most of the time, right? In spite of the cycles, etc. The point with FMCG or point with many other people have been that they've been in the industry for a very, very long time, and they've had to actively market to sell themselves. There has been product, proliferation. There have been brands sold, and brands get a premium much more than a product. Let's take an example. A Bisleri is made in one or two or equivalent brand, and I don't mean to point out any one brand, but is made in a cost of 1 to 2 rupees, and they're able to extract a premium of at least 5 times, 6 times from the market. I don't think real estate we do that. I think there is an intrinsic cost to the product, which is to do with the land and which is to do with the construction. Now we can differentiate between good product and a not so good product at best with 20%, 25%, give or take 40% if you're trying to sell a Trump task like we do sometimes. Now that shows that we are still in nascent stages of using ATL and BTL. That shows that we are still not exactly marketing savvy as an industry. Right? So we are not extracting premiums of 1,000% and 4,000% based on brands. One. Secondly, let's look at it from a very macro perspective. In spite of so much of a constraint in trusting a real estate developer, except for the Tatas that Rajendran sir has worked for, and some of us have worked around, people are not willing to pay a premium for a brand, right? In fact, they're almost question marking the brand or the developer and the real estate community in general. And yet, till date, we don't have a real estate sahi hai kind of a campaign from the industry. So there is something definitely that we have to catch up on. We are almost 50, 60 years behind in spite of spending as much money, by the way. We do. Now, let me take another example, and I'm purposely trying to make it macro. Look at the FMCG industry. A Rexona and a let's say Lux made from the same company are almost the same TFM, which basically means the intrinsic material is the same, right? It's just the perfume which is different, right? The shape which might be different, and finally the way they've been marketed. One is a filmi sitaron ka saundarya sabun, and the other is herbal beauty. But imagine the difference in the brand. Nobody would even imagine they are made in the same factory, right? Now look at it the other way around on real estate. We are still selling 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. We are still selling space, area, length into breadth, etc., etc. We are not selling conceptually. And that shows us that we have so much more to cover in spite of the fact that we do so much already. I would also say, taking on from Sunit's point, BTL has always been more developed when it comes to real estate. We know how to pamper our channel partners. We know how to take care of our customers, stroke consumers, as you'll differentiate yourself, Samir. When they come to us, we know how to give them the best hospitality, talk to them well, to greet them in suits. All of that is great. But when it comes to ATL, we are still talking the same undifferentiated language as our neighborhood brand. So I'm very clear that we have a lot to cover when it comes to overall marketing, specifically in ATL, where we are still talking like primitive so far, which is fast changing, by the way. I have a very simple data which has been recorded by Alchemist, so I'll like to put it. 5 years ago, we had 60% of the real estate ads showing elevations. Today, that number has gone down to 24 in a sample study of about 600 odd ad hoc ads that we have done. Now, this is interesting, isn't it? Where people have actually started talking something more than just the intrinsic product or the outside of it. That's what is interesting. So to me, lot to cover, lots happening out there. We see advertising like never before. We see storytelling happening. In fact, coming to digital, Ankit was talking a little about that, and I'd like to take that talk forward as well. Interesting part, we see only the conversion part of digital, the good boy image, the hardworking boy part of digital. कि घर में पैसा कमा के लेके आता है. But you know what? Now that TV is not so important, it was never important, and print is becoming lesser important in the lives of a real estate marketer. Have you imagined that digital is the only place left to storytell? Outdoor cannot storytell as much. So digital is the only place to storytell. Now, what about that? So digital is actually two medium for real estate, not one. One, to attract the audiences to hear you, what you're all about. And the second, then to converse with them and then get them to convert for you. To me, that is the starting point of where I'm probably coming from. And I hope the panel likes that macro viewpoint of where real estate can go. There is so much more to do for us. Thank you.
Manish, I must say I'm absolutely impressed, and I'm sure so would be the rest of the panelists and audience. Calling a spade, takes a science, and I think that you're getting from the word alchemist itself. I think you're purifying it. Uh, Absolutely fantastic. I think it's time we hit the nail on the head and change the way we look at the industry advertisements and industry markets. So absolutely, absolutely fantastic. In fact, I'm so inspired that I've decided when I have the next fight with my wife, I will no more believe in going to bed mad. I'm going to stay up the whole night and strategize to fight, because the next person that I'm coming to is all about strategies with his vast experience. Mr. Rajendran, I think with all your huge experience that you carry, you would have strategized a lot and seen the whole landscape change in the Indian real estate. So tell us how the whole landscape of Indian real estate industry has evolved, and how do you really see ATL, BTL activities evolve over the next few years to boost the real estate sales? Mr. Rajendra.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Samir. And first of all, Manish, please don't call me sir. It makes me look very old. So, so coming back to the question. So the evolution of real estate. So I've been now in real estate for almost 2 decades. So I have seen starting of a company and the company growing. So the whole reforms thing which happened in real estate. So I would say the first thing which happened in real estate as an evolution was the corporate brands stepping into the real estate segment. That was the initiation. Then when the corporate brands started stepping into the real estate, we had the private equity guys coming in because they were more comfortable dealing with the corporate kind of setup with clean balance sheets. So that is what happened. But still, I think the real estate sector had its own problems with non-transparency and lot of money laundering and other things which were still happening, and the customers not getting their due. So that is where I think around 2016 the government stepped in with RERA. So that evolution happened with RERA coming in. The sector got lot more transparency, accountability, and also the customer started getting some protection. With this, again, the private equity got more interested because they now found that there is some accountability on the developer part. And so not so big developers also started getting some money from private equities. Post that, you can see the government also introduced the housing for all. So there was a shift from housing only premium and luxury to affordable. So affordable housing became the buzzword. And a lot of people, including my company where I was working earlier, Tata Housing, we had Tata Value Homes, Mahindra had Mahindra Happiness, and likewise Shapurji had Joyville. So a lot of brands started launching affordable brands within their portfolio. At the same time, then we saw the way technology was being adopted. Real estate also started adopting technology. So there was a huge increase in the adoption of technology. It started with small automations within the sales and marketing process and the CRM process, but it then slowly moved to the virtual reality space where customer experience and how to showcase a product online to NRI customers. And this also got augmented with the COVID coming in. So during COVID, we had issue with customers not being able to come to site. I think that is, you can imagine that when people were not meeting, that is the time the maximum technology adoption happened. Even the Zoom that we are talking today became popular only because of COVID. So that time the evolution happened with the adoption of technology to make the customer experience even at an online stage seamless, whether not depending on technology, not depending on geography. So the customer experience became important. Then also it happened that the customers are themselves becoming more savvy, and they are not consuming this anymore on a laptop or somewhere. They want it on the mobile. So the customer experience on the mobile and how to access. Now with the mobile, it so happens that you are no longer talking to somebody who just wants a digital presentation. It is a more of a social media engagement. It is more where the customer is. I need to be there where the customer is. So I go and touch him on the Facebook. I go and show him my show flat or online imagery on Instagram. So slowly everything has moved online. So the journey has been very good till now, and the more and more it is evolving. Now coming to the second part of your question, which is regarding the future of ATL BTL activities. Now what is happening is, with technology coming in, with data analytics, AI ML activities in real estate, it is becoming more and more personalized. Okay, so all activities are more personalized and more targeted. But with this also comes the good part, which is that we can maximize our ROI and conversion rates, because these are very targeted activations that we are doing. Similarly, integration of online and offline channel. Now, what happens is, with technology, as Piali was also mentioning, it is no longer, I think going forward, it will no longer be an ATL, BTL. And as Manish also rightly pointed out, this may be the only channel that we may be talking to in some time. So then it's a through the line communication, as we call it. So in that, what will happen is that the ATL and BTL differentiation is getting blurred. So what is ATL? What is BTL? In the same medium in Facebook, I can be doing an ATL as well as doing a BTL. So it depends on how I am targeting or how am I approaching the medium. And also interactive experiences are increasing. Today, I can see technology evolving day by day. And I can see a lot of immersive experiences like the virtual tours. Floor plans are getting interactive. That is what, so floor plan earlier was just an image which could be viewed by the customers. But today, the floor plans are interactive. You have 3D images of the show flat where you can focus on a particular part of the apartment, which also gained traction during the COVID because people were not able to visit. Similarly, I can also look at content marketing and thought leadership. So thought leadership and content marketing, again, I can do an ATL or I can do a BTL. I can do a lot of content which can go on to Instagram, which becomes for public consumption. Okay, so it is more like an ATL, but at the same time, profiling the customer and coming to a targeted communication to him through the digital medium, I can still do a kind of a BTL to him. And it can have a call for action. It can have a response mechanism built into it. So that is what I can be part of a lot of webinars and seminars like we are doing today and influence a customer. So that again depends on how am I targeting. For example, if I'm doing a panel today, and if this was a product promotion panel, I can have tabs in the video conference, which will tell me that the person is interested. You click on this particular, like we have on YouTube, where you do like, share, subscribe. You can also respond to a particular thing online now. So a lot of these things are happening. What is also happening is the brand building trust and fostering long-term relationship with customers. This also, as Manish rightly pointed out, is coming through the storytelling. As other, like I have been part of consumer durables, I have been part of automotive. So there we never used to talk about how much is the CC of the engine or what. We never used to talk that. It is more like nothing. Like for example, I was the brand manager for Scorpio. So Scorpio, it was all about nothing else will do. Like I won't compromise. So it's an uncompromising attitude, right? That attitude was being brought. That storytelling was missing. Even when I entered real estate in 2005, my whole reason for moving from durables and automotive was to bring in kind of brand building or build brands in real estate. Because even today, if you look at it, the developer is the brand. It is more so in Tata Housing. Fortunately, with Tata Value Homes, we were able to bring in brands like Sugra and New Haven, which was talking to a particular target segment. And we were not talking of product there. We were talking of aspirations. We were talking of getting to a lifestyle. We were talking of the lowest segment getting a home with a lifestyle, which they never thought they could. So I would say that the in future, because of the digital coming to such an extent that today we first talk of digital, and then if there is any money is left, then we talk of other things. These lines are getting blurred. So it will no longer be we will call ATL or BTL. They are helping each other. Like you can say the same medium I'm using twice, one as an ATL and one as a BTL.
Fabulous, fabulous. I think it was all experience talking there. So thank you so much for the insights, sir. Uh, Dr. Rawat, you are the only one left in the panel. I'm sorry for coming to you last, but we preserve some of the best knowledge always like that. Somebody had asked me, do you know what it means to come home to a woman who will give you a little bit of love, little bit of attention, and little bit of tenderness? These days, it means you have come to a wrong home. So, taking that joke apart, we want none of our customers to go to a wrong home so that they are directed to the right homes or the right real estate. What are the BTL activities and why are they important in today's real estate market? Dr. Rawat. You're on mute, sir.
Thank you, Samir. And Rajendran has given a detailed view of historically from last 20 years to till day, how real estate, ATL, BTL has been progressed over 2 decades. So he has been so elaborate that he has left little to add. Just to add a few things to it is personalization, because BTL takes ahead the personalization thing, because today technology has enabled us to do more and more personalization, to target more focused target, and we can customize our marketing strategy accordingly. And BTL is more important as of now because it can be more cost effective, it is measurable. When we talk about lead generation, it is again very cost effective. For brand building, I think ATL is still very important because you want to take your brand to a larger audience. But when routine things have to be done, when project sustainable campaigns have to be done, you need to go back to the BTL activities. So BTL has their own importance, and this will continue. Digital is more important as of now because if I quote to my company's budget, 70 to 80% we spend on digital. And digital has blurred between ATL, BTL as explained by other co-panelists. Like in ATL newspaper also, if you take ad in newspaper, it goes on digital also. Every like Times of India, HT, other all media, they have their online versions also. They have their own Facebook, Google ads. So if you go for the newspaper thing, automatically their digital things come along. So things have been, the difference between ATL, BTL is blurred. And I think moving forward, BTL, digital driven BTL is the way forward. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Rawat. I think that was absolutely fantastic. Dear panelists, I think we've had a great first round of questions, except the fact that we've overshot time a little bit. So, we still have time for a second round of questions to all of you, but we'll keep it a little brief this time so that, Tripti or Sapna do not have a gun pointed at me and we finish off in time. So, I'll come back in no specific order. I'll come back to Suniji and ask, what do the BTL techniques target? How do they target the specific demographics or the niche markets?
So Samir, out here in BTL, the best part is it's the precision and the flexibility that BTL offers. That is the best part about it. And you can really, really become very penetrative by targeting the right group. So how it can be really effective, you can do a word of mouth activation. You can do an event specific. If I just want, and I have to do that storytelling that Manish was talking about, I can do that to the audiences that I really like. So if I have a particular place that I have to talk about a certain key aspects, I would really like to invite 10 key people, and that's about it. So I can be that granular in my attendant to those audiences, and we can come across and show something and talk about a different. So we can host a power breakfast session, talk about where India is going to be in next 20 years or next 5 years for that matter, right? And do that kind of a this thing and do a little bit of engagement. So BTL can be really effective by getting into granular details, right? Whether it is events, whether it is word of mouth, whether it is digital to an extent, we can do custom targeting. I can do cloning. I can do get into similar bits. If I have to target people like Manish and I like Manish's this thing, I can have cloning of Manish done across on the digital thing. That can be done, right? So you get into the specifics out there. Community building, community engagement. You can do a lot of CSR engagement. You can talk about and take your brand to the next level, right? But different thing. So what really is important in BTL activation also is innovation. How do we do it? How do we do it differently? How do we not really walk the same run of the mill activations, but think through it, devise the activation and becoming more effective? That is an idea that we like to mute on. That's it.
Super, superb, absolutely superb. Manish, one thing is very clear. She wants to clone you, not me or any of us. So great
Manish is
choice.
a little friend, yes.
Just kidding. But I think I'll come to Ankit. Ankit, there are only two times in my life I've never understood my wife. One was before marriage, and the second is after marriage. But there are other things which I'm sure you can explain to us and we can understand. So, how do the BTL activities help personalize and enhance the efforts and results in real estate marketing? And I think Dr. Rawat touched it, but you can detail it a little more.
I think whatever has been spoken about so far, a lot of that already is kind of the answer. But just to put it very simply, you spoke about your wife, the two sides of it. I think it's just that with data at hand, you can easily identify and contextualize things. Whereas without data in hand, you cannot do that. So it kind of also links back to my previous answer. If you have a lot of data, you have like Sunit was saying, if you have well-planned cohorts, if you have well-planned audiences, or you're making lookalike audiences, so you know what you're going to be talking about. And that, of course, comes at a cluster level. And that again comes at a granular level when you're on a one-to-one with someone. So, of course, it kind of helps to build real-time relationships. At the same time, what I feel is that if you have good data and you're doing a lot of BTL activities, it empowers and strengthens the team. So once the team actually knows that this is what we're going into and they are there with the right tools in hand, right data in hand, it helps them interact with consumers better. So that helps us ultimately, of course, do conversions better. And to be very honest, when you think from a consumer lens, as you probably in the previous, if you step few years back, you would walk into a mom and pop store where somebody would welcome you with the hello, hello, Mr. Samir or something like that. But whereas if you walk into a mall, you're just on your own. So, if you have that personal touch, it automatically adds to bringing more value to the conversation. Having said that, which is why a lot of times we want to capture additional data from customers, when's their birthday, when's their anniversary, where do they previously live in, what was their education, etc. That all boils down to ultimately personalization and how you can, strike a conversation. Even today, like as an agency, when we go for pitches, we tend to do background research on who is the stakeholder in the room and, what he or she has been working on or what is his or her perspective. That all is why, because we want to just understand the other person's perspective and have a conversation which is actually more linked or relevant to them. So yeah, I mean, overall, it is about personalization, and I think data overall helps enhance that offering to the brands.
Fabulous. I love the whole data-driven approach that's coming in. Ankit, very, very deep. One thing I'll clarify though, I just keep joking around, but we are very happily married for last 32 years.
I'm sure.
She's happy and I'm married, but we are very happily married. So
I mean, you may have a very different objective or thought after this panel, unless your wife is not hearing.
Absolutely. So, Rajendran ji, I will again come back to you. How do traditional marketing methods complement the new BTL techniques for boosting sales in real estate? And I think you did cover it up a fair bit in your first part, so we'll keep it brief. Go ahead, sir. You're on mute.
Okay, thank you. First of all, you are definitely not afraid of talking. So, so one is, so when we talk of traditional medium, I would consider it as ATL, which is complementing the BTL. And when you say new age BTL, there are new things which are coming in where we are able to target the customers on a one-to-one basis, which were like these were not existing 10 years back, and these mediums could not be targeted. So I would say, for example, traditional brand visibility through billboards, newspapers, signages, these are all today also creating that initial interest in the customers, which helps us when we approach them on a one-to-one basis. There is already kind of an interest in the customer because there is already a knowledge about what was advertised through a print or thing. So, like for example, when we are doing the print ad now and post that when we are going for society activations, for example. So we recently did in Pune, for example, a society activation. And we also did one activation for army and doctors. Now, these are people who are exposed to the ATL first, and then we are approaching them. There is a acceptance of the brand and the product at that point of time. Similarly, when we talk about direct mailers, brochures, printed material, which reaches a larger audience through different medium that we can do. There also I am able to complement it because the BTL techniques that I'm going to do will have an email campaign or a one-to-one approach. So that emailer will have the similar look and feel of the brand communication, which the customer has already seen earlier. So that is how it is complementing. So email, for example, 20 years back was a different medium. Today, we have very, very high rate of email opening and response based on whether I'm able to reach the customer's inbox and not the junk box. Similarly, event marketing, property expos, open houses, real estate seminars, these are the traditional medium. But we can also create events which are more personalized. So what happens is once we are able to approach the customers through this, I have done, for example, recently a loyalty program for one of my Joyville projects in Pune, where I called a lot of customers to an event. And there I'm even able to pitch them a loyalty product or a referral product. For example, they have bought from me something in Pune, and which is about 3 years back. They are ready to buy another one today. So I'm able to do a one-on-one communication with them, generate referrals through them. There is also cross promotion.
Rajendra sir, I think we are running short of time. We'll have to push it.
So basically, what we
I
are
know
talking about is
yeah.
convergence of channels. What we are talking about is personalization and targeting. What we are also communicating is interactive engagement, because today's medium is allowing you two-way communication. So that is an interactive engagement that we are doing. And all of this today is allowing us that it is measurable. Unlike a print earlier or unlike a hoarding, where we had to put in specifically a unique number to identify how many calls we received from a particular print or hoarding. Today, it is uniquely measurable. So I would say it is complementing well, and this is the way to go, where you have a omni-channel presence and you cater to the audience as per their need.
Fantastic, and I'm sure many of us would like to connect with you and learn a lot more, because it would be a real worthwhile thing. Unfortunately, we are hard pressed for time. Piali, I keep saying disruption in the industry hurts only if you are not the one disrupting. So, what are the new disruptions that we can expect in terms of the ATL BTL activities in coming years with the explosive growth that is expected in the real estate industry in India? Piali.
So let me try and put it in perspective. So number one is that real estate, especially residential real estate, it's a product or which is cross generational. So one has to be careful about when people are talking about real estate. It's not even when it's certain other products like cars can be very high value, but there is a life cycle to it. Real estate essentially is perennial unless it comes to a point where you want to dispense of it. So it is cross generational. We must remember that. In terms of marketing, I think everybody agrees to the fact that the lines are blurring out. So when your product really is all about service, which almost today every product is about service, marketing is also about serving the customer. So CX is the primary thing, and that is always going to be the disruptor. Your customer is always going to want more attention, better information, uh, personalization. I think somebody did mention personalization. So at every given point and time, the customer will want more from us. That's part one. The second disruptor that I feel, and I think Ankit can give us better understanding, is automation. Now, what has happened is automation has actually happened on the front side of it, but we really need to automate the back end side of our marketing, processes. So, AI assistants, etc. Because that's the complete package. And once we get there, somebody mentioned that we are number of years and decades behind many other sectors, but that will be the second disruptor. Third, I think, is purpose driven marketing. And that's important because as we move in a generation, purpose driven marketing will become important for a product because the product is actually moving towards a service more than just remaining a box and a concrete box where you just survive. Fifth, again, I will maybe at some point discuss it with Ankit, is digital collaboration. And here I don't mean making reels together. Here I mean more about internet data exchange or IDX kind of, and MSL kind of formats, which are AI driven kind of approaches. These are going to really change the way marketing will happen in the future, and uh, perhaps much sooner than we can actually imagine. And some of it has already started to happen in other countries. And I think the fifth one is really going to be the value addition that we can provide as real estate becomes a service more than a product today. So value additions like home inspections, third-party certifications, green initiatives, all these things are going to start playing an important role in the final decision of purchasing a home. So these are my five top picks.
Absolutely fantastic because you were absolutely bang on time and summated it extremely well point wise. So fantastic. I'll move to Manish Porwal. Manish, I think we should never lose an opportunity. Sorry, excuse my voice. Once I ate a paracetamol tablet by mistake, I panicked and asked my wife to help. And she decided to use the opportunity and gave me a headache. So that's where I learned we never lose an opportunity. But real estate is a huge opportunity now in India. And do you think we are utilizing the full potential of ATL, BTL, and how do we utilize it like other industries? If not, how and why? Manish.
So we're not, but that is fast changing, very simply because we were driven by a very owner-driven mindset, which is far more here and now. Also, reality is, and let's accept it, that we're living in a world where the product, the real estate product, lives its life between 1 to 3 years of selling, and that's about it, right? We hardly care about corporate brands. They get built on the way. We don't really have built it. They've got built over the period of time. But that's fast changing because people have realized that trying to spend money over ATL and BTL repeatedly again and again and again, trying to build a brand is going to cost a lot of more money. People are here for long terms, and therefore they are okay to invest into what is called either a corporate brand or a multi or a large product brand in that sense. So from that angle, much, much better than what it used to be 10 years ago. As I said, we are having far less elevation ads or far less so-called, 2-3 bedroom homes versus, hey, I give you joy and happiness kind of ads. There's a lot of serviceization. Piali was kind of mentioning this point, and I wanted to elaborate. There's a lot of serviceization that is happening in this entire thing. A lot of my clients I know are now paying attention to two big things. One, serviceization of their product. So they don't just give a tennis court, they're actually giving that coach for the next 5 years who's going to take care of that tennis coach and your child's future in tennis, if at all she wants to have one. That's one part. And the second part is sustainability, purpose. As again, Piali said, that part is going to play a huge role in attracting the Gen Zs who's going to become your primary customer in the next 5 to 10 years. Sustainability, they are looking for larger good of the world. They're not looking for themselves only. And yes, one more thing, Samir, if I may say, for the first time, real estate, and there I differentiate from Piali's point, it's going to change from being a cross-generational product to a consumption product. Very simple again, another piece of data. Once upon a time, people used to put in a 1 crore flat, the average interiors put in were about 4.5 lakh rupees. Today, in a 1 crore equivalent flat, people are putting average interiors of about 13 to 15 lakh rupees. What does it mean? 3 times more consumption is happening. You're putting money on depreciating assets, which means you want it for yourself, not for your grandson. And that basically means a lot of things for today. So marketing is all about today and not tomorrow. I know we have to rush and cover up for whatever time you've taken, but yeah, I mean, those are the points I'd like to add at this point. Ek aur cheez thi, Samir, I'll take not more than half a minute on this. BTL per se has never been used by any other industry as good as us. We've used it for channel partners who are a very, very important trade for us. We do some fantastic channel partner stuff on BTL. We do it for prospects, as Rajendran also said, exhibitions, road shows, etc. And then what we do is also for customers, people who are already ours, what we do on ground. And that part is amazing because it means that we're not wasting money. And I'm an ad agency and I still say that we're not wasting money on advertising just because we don't know who our customers are. So yeah, that's my point, my bit.
Superb. The consumption of the product vis-a-vis the cross-generational product, I think that's an absolutely new perspective and a phenomenal one coming through. I think we have a couple of minutes, the last couple of minutes. Vishesh Rawatji, I'll come to you. Paint a quick scenario. Next few years, Indian real estate growth story and the marketing skills that will emerge from ATL, BTL, since you handle all of it, residential, commercial, retail, and maybe even alternative real estate that will come with it. Quickly.
Thank you, Samir. I believe in India growth story. For next 4 years, India is considered to be a $5 trillion US dollar economy. We have a vision for Viksit Bharat 2047. I believe in that. 6.7% annual GDP growth is there. I believe in that. We have a youngest pool of people in our country. I believe in that. And surely there is lots of growth happening, industrialization happening. People are moving from rural area, tier 3 tier cities to tier 1 cities, tier 2 cities. So there will be lots of urbanization. We have our own such huge demographics that we don't have to rely on other countries for this. We are a self-sustainable economy. So I believe that this is the least prone for the disruptions. We will be smoothly and very fast growing economy for next 1 or 2 decades. There are no doubts about it. And with the government's focus on real estate and infrastructure projects, so this sector will certainly will grow. And for example, take the example of Dwarka Expressway. So this is at 29 kilometers of world-class highway, and we have witnessed in last 10 years how the development has taken place in and around this Dwarka Expressway. So if you see the rates in last 3 years only, it has been doubled. So India has a bright future. And as far as ATL, BTL is concerned, so digitalization is going on, more personalization will be there. But as far as real estate is concerned, I believe that since many people are doing investment into it, I think around 30-40% people are investors. So when they purchase a product, so it will not be like FMCG products. So we have to be differentiate from FMCG products. That storytelling is important, but for real estate product, that is real estate. That is physical thing. So it is difficult to anyone to purchase a real estate without going and visiting the site. So that physical thing will always be there. So even it's a 1 crore apartment, is a 10 crore apartment, 50 crore apartment, physical things will remain there forever. As far as alternate real estate is concerned, like co-working and warehousing, again, this will also increase with the increase in economy, increase in e-commerce. Warehousing is going to increase, like co-working is increasing because of onset of startup ecosystem in India. So if you see the co-working spaces, most of the people are the guys who have started their own company. So this is going to be fast-paced in next few years. That's it from my side.
Thank you, Rawat sir. Sapna had warned me that the moment she comes on screen, the time's up. I'm glad it's happened coincidentally. So Sapna, I'll just take half a minute to thank the panelists, Piali, Suneet, Mr. Rajendran, Mr. Rawat, Manish, and Ankit. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute fabulous exposure, and I'm sure the audiences had tremendous amount to learn for ATL, BTL, and the merging TTL activities that are going to happen in real estate. We are very confident the way we are placed geopolitically and with the growth path in India. I think the next 10 years truly belong to our industry. So thank you so much, and look forward to continue learning from all of you folks. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Samir.
Thank you,
So
thanks, everyone.
It was a great panel. I think a lot of insights, as Manish said, we can keep talking on this topic because it's a very, we are still in a very nascent stages in terms of real estate marketing. And as everyone, as the other speakers said, digital marketing is where ATL and BTL are kind of, the boundaries are blurring in that aspect. And this is the real growth that we are going to see in digital marketing. And of course, hearing all the anecdotes of your personal life, Samirji, it was very interesting. A very difficult topic, and to sum it up within that 1 hour on that fantastic moderation, Samirji. But another difficult task for you is, if you have to sum up this entire thing, ATL, BTL in real estate, in one sentence, what would be your summing up?
I once there was a star that was falling, and they say that if you make a wish, it's given to you. So I wished with the star that give me the power to understand my wife. The star went back and joined the original star. So ATL BTL is so huge that there is no way we can understand it in a long time to come. We have to continuously keep evolving. If you hear Ankit's perspective, if you hear what Manish is coming up with in terms of that Indian industry, the real estate has still not done it even 1 or a few percent vis-a-vis the FMCG. If you take Mr. Rajendran's experience and Mr. Rawat's experience in there, and what Piali and Suneet are saying, so I think we have a long, long way to go. You want to ask it in one word, I think it's the future of real estate.
Fantastic. And we'll wait for another star to make a wish. This time we'll make the right wish. So thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for being part of this discussion. Thanks, Suneet. Thanks, Piali. Thanks, Samirji. Thanks, Ankit. Thanks, Manish and Mr. Rajendran and Dr. Vishesh Rawat. Thank you for being part of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy. Please continue. Bye-bye.
So that was one very interesting session where we spoke about marketing strategies. Now, another very important topic of today's time is humanizing real estate digital marketing. So talk on this topic, we have an eminent panel. Let me introduce the moderator of the session first. We welcome Asha Singh, Senior Vice President, Marketing 360 Realtors. Asha, with 2 decades of professional experience, has a proven skill in managing team dynamics to work in sync with the corporate objectives and motivating them for achieving business and individual goals. She specialized in marketing and brand management with strong analytical problem solving and organizational abilities. Asha, a very warm welcome to you. And let me now invite our expert panel. First of all, let me introduce Ayushi Garg, Vice President, Strategy, Flow Realty. Ayushi is an experienced brand manager with a demonstrated history of working in the real estate industry. She is skilled in marketing management, sales, market research, management, and teamwork, and is an experienced marketing professional in the domain. Our next panel speaker, I introduce Phanindra Jain, founder and digital creative head for Shreyans Innovations. With more than 15 years of rich experience, Phanindra hails from the classic school of marketing and communication, and he strongly believes in big ideas being the nucleus of a brand promise. As an advertising writer, he brings a unique advantage to the digital creativity. Our next speaker is Jay Chandani, Director Marketing, Pacifica Companies. Jay has been instrumental in the development and implementation of marketing strategy at Pacifica Companies. The company has been able to spread its brand proposition and communication in India as a result of his creativity and development skills. In the last 14 years, Jay has also been involved in retail leasing as well as strategic planning of sales activities, and Pacifica has received numerous accolades for his leadership. Our next panel member, let me introduce Rajiv Dash, Head Sales and Marketing at Adani Realty, a marketing and sales professional with FMCG and consumer research background. Rajiv has been building brands through innovative marketing and sales approaches. He has been strongly involved in lead generation, sales strategy execution, and product development, including market research. Our final panel member, I introduce Samrat Tiwari, Director, Webza. He is an independent, Webza is an independent modern digital agency formed by professionals who have more than a decade of experience in digital arena. Samrat Tiwari believes in solving real-world problems using technology and marketing, and Webza's in-house design studio creates customized solutions for brands in addition to providing services from lead generation, social media optimization, to web design and development and video creation. So this is our expert panel, and Asha, let me hand it over to you now.
Thank you, Sapna. It's an absolute privilege to moderate this incredible conclave of humanizing real estate digital marketing. Looking at the distinguished personalities who have graced this conclave today, I see a collective mind that have shaped the way brands connect with the audience in this ever-evolving, not only digital, but the entire marketing landscape. So the theme of humanizing digital marketing has been particularly, it's currently very timely as we are navigating a world where technology is a powerful tool. But the human touch also remains quite essential. So over the next 1 hour, we'll be delving into how to strike that perfect balance of leveraging automation for efficiency, of course, and also ensuring that the marketing retains a very genuine and a personal touch. So without further ado, I think let's dive in. So my first question would be to you, Mr. Rajiv. So marketing currently commands that the connection of the client has to be on a deeper level, where we need to understand their needs and their concerns and their aspirations also to a very big extent. And the tailoring of the marketing effort and the communication and the initiative has to be on a personal level more than just pushing sales. But what are the challenges that particularly a marketeer is facing in this ever dynamics of a human connection in the digital marketing space?
Yeah, hi. Just to start with, if you see today, marketing is more about giving a experience. We used to say marketing used to be the lead generation process in real estate, But today, if you see, it has gone beyond the lead generation. So lead generation happens through digital medium or automation process and different mechanism. But today, marketing plays a greater role in giving that experience. And when you combine marketing and sales to get a 360-degree perspective of a customer journey, you'll see that your sourcing is done. So sourcing is done through different mediums. It can be marketing lead generation. It can be channel partner getting you the leads to the site. But today, it's not about the lead generation. There are a lot of brands, good A-grade developers that have been able to generate a lot of leads, whether it's a digital medium or ATL medium. That lead comes to the site. But the point is that when the lead or the site visit happens, then the role of marketing becomes very critical. Now, how you are able to convert that lead to sale, the site visit to sales. So the conversion ratio that comes, that becomes critical, that how effective is marketing in creating that experience of the brand and the project and the product to a customer, that the sales happens on that spot visit and not maybe after multiple visits. So today the marketing, if I have to define, the challenge is not about lead generation. That is going to happen if you have a good location, good brand. But the challenge is that how quickly you are converting the site visit or the lead to sales order booking. I think that is critical from marketing perspective. And today the challenge is that if you leave the customer not getting booked at the site and he goes back saying that he'll make a revisit, the chances of the revisit happening is much lesser as it used to happen last year or say 2 years back, because the options are quite high today with the customer. So today the customer, if he goes out of the site, coming back again for revisit, the percentage is coming down. So the challenge for a marketing is the marketing team is that how quickly you convert the sale at the site level. So where the rubber meets the road. I think the entire experience, the product benefit story, everything has to come together at the site level. I think that is the challenge today for the marketers.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, if we can have some views from Jay as well on this point.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Yeah, sure. So I think Rajiv ji just said it out perfectly loud and clear. I think more than that, what's really happening is one of the major obstacles we'll face as digital marketers is to catch up with the intensity and the speed with which technology is just throwing options at us. There's nothing you can't do with technology now, customization, creating engagement, creating content. I think content creation itself has become you can use AI to create some really interesting content. The only problem is now keeping up with the speed at which technology can be used and how fast your teams can convert those sales.
Yes, and so that the 2 points that I could figure out from this conversation was obviously the communication and the technology. So, my next question will be to Fanendra, and because we have seen a shift in real estate marketing from very feature-heavy communication to a storytelling narrative, and which obviously connects with the client. And when Mr. Rajiv said that the funneling point where a client visits the site and then after the revisit drops, and because of which the closure drops, and that is where the personalization and the technology and even the communication and storytelling narrative comes into the play. So, my question to you, Farendra, will be that what role does storytelling, according to you, play in real estate digital marketing, and how effectively can it be integrated into this entire funnel?
Hi, sure. So I think marketing, from when we know marketing to what we do today, it totally revolves around storytelling. Uh, we're in this conversation about humanizing the marketing. Now, what has happened, especially in real estate, is uh, because everybody is using the same sort of 3D images. Everybody's using the same sort of, because it's nothing is made, right? It's not built. You're marketing way before the product is getting created, right? a lot of people are not even able to divulge a lot already, right? So I feel that that aspect of that human aspect of the marketing needs to start at the product stage, where we're identifying what are we going to really say to market this particular project, and therefore we're living with that promise through and through, from naming of the property to like the end, through lead generation, through experience, the site experience that Rajiv ji was mentioning about, through using technology. If we have a story and we're living that through from start to finish, and there is a human aspect to it built in the product stage, in the marketing stage, in the digital funnel across, I mean, there is more, there is, to get results, there is more and more stronger reason to do that from start to finish.
Absolutely right, and I totally endorse this because eventually customers now don't only buy the product; they buy the service, they buy the community living, because all of a sudden when we see the consumers, because which comprises of mostly the millennials, or because we are a young country, um, they believe in experiences more, right? It's not only about four walls and a house or maybe a commercial investment, but it's about experiencing the entire lifestyle and the community living, and that is where the personalization and humanization is very, very important. So Ayusha, would you also want to put in some points there, because this is something which is, again, we have seen a very, very, it was always there, but then we see it in the last 1 year quite rampant, in respect to the storytelling and in respect to even the automation and the technology. So, what do you think about that?
Yes. So I think, Asha, the biggest challenge that we are facing is, I think what Mr. Jay and Mr. Rajiv also mentioned, is overcoming this digital fatigue, that everyone is showing the same 3D plans, right? So storytelling is the key aspect of what the product that we are selling can make us stand apart. So I think the key aspects that we need to follow are, how do we conversational while we are talking to the customers, be it our ad copies, right? Be it our emails, how to be conversational with the customers, that we're not talking to robots, we're talking to humans, right? Maybe inject some humor, like some a bit of empathy in the messaging that we're trying to put out there, right? Like we are trying to put showcase real people. If we have customer testimonials, customer stories, use that to build trust, to build confidence. That really adds back in the whole story telling aspect, right? And I think digital is a space, and I'm sure everyone's a marketing expert here would agree to me, that data is one of the most underutilized asset that we have, right? We have so much data, but I don't think we're using it to this thing. So we have so much data, from demographics to the customer browsing history, right? So a lot of customizations, personalizations can be done at various touch points in the overall consumer journey, right, while they're interacting. So it is just, we see it in FMCG, we see it in e-commerce done very brilliantly, but I think real estate is catching up also very nicely. That a lot of brands have started remarketing, that how to use data, that customers who had visited them 2 months, 3 months back, how to retarget them with customized messaging, right, to get their interest, which is a very commonly used practice in e-commerce. So I think we are evolving, and the only thing that can make a brand stand apart is storytelling. I think what every brand has started using is the code names or the hashtag strategy. I think that just gives us a platform to say what we want as marketers, right? Every tower launch gives us that story. In the previous panel, someone was saying that we had stopped selling 2 and 3 bedroom homes, but we're trying to sell joy and happiness. But I think it's beautiful that real estate is transforming into a space where we're able to emote and sell through emotions, right? So yes, I think a lot of good work has been happening through storytelling lately.
Absolutely. And I think, the one thing that you very correctly said, that user generated content. which builds a lot of authenticity, and it is obviously personalized, and tailoring the story also for different platform, I guess, because every platform has its own visitor, and psychographically and psychologically, behavior wise, they're a bit different from each other. There will always be a lot of overlapping, but tailoring or tailor made content for different platform is also something which people have started using, and it's really working a lot. But this is where I think it's very important to also note that we are talking about technology, but there are common pitfalls and challenges which is also there with automation, because automation will bring efficiency, but there is also a trade-off when we are talking about automation. Is it more? Does it look more genuine, or does it look more robotic? And this is something that I want. Samrat to actually throw light on, because it is rampant, but I don't know if it feels genuine or maybe authentic, and how do we actually balance between personalization with efficiency which comes with automation. So Samrat, can you just let us know how do we balance, or how do marketers should balance this?
Correct. Hi, Asha. Hi, everyone. My name is Samrat. I'm from Bedza. So, yeah, with respect to automation, now we are actually in a metaphorical discussion wherein humanization of digital discussions are happening, wherein I think the more the construct of the whole discussion has been towards how we can humanize digital, but however it is more moving towards from b2b or b2c to people. So it's more, if we see from that perspective, humanization has to be a part of the whole marketing strategy. But when it comes to automation, we have to understand the customer journeys, right? So in what customer journey can you have an automation, and what customer journeys you need to have a manual intrusion or a manual uh, you know uh, in terms of you have to have a human interaction in that place. Like for example, you cannot have a service related calls wherein you need certain important things to be taken care, wherein you are asked for a lot of human related questions, wherein you require a very quick answer, like even if you're let's say an OTP for a banking transaction or anything of that sort, it has to be automated, right? So that in that scenario, automation is very important. But when it comes to certain aspects wherein people want to be heard, it's if it's a service call, if it has to be done with respect to any complaints or anything that a person wants to talk about the brand, then in that scenario the automation might uh, play a very might has it cannot work in a way that a human interaction or a human intervention would have done, wherein the empathy and the communication has to be more uh, personal and more emotive compared to a automated robotic or a chatbot based communication. So that is one of the important aspects that as a brand we have to take care basis on which customer journeys, as Mr. Rajiv rightly said. There are a lot of ways of generating leads, and people are also interacting. And if you have a very good product and a good location, I'm coming talking about real estate precisely. In that scenario, there are people who would fill in the form and would interact with your ad. But when it comes to doing a site visit and then getting into a conversion mode, at that scenario, the customer journeys and the nurturing plays a very vital role. Why A versus B? Because it is not like any person would just have a very impulsive buy of a real estate. He has to do a good amount of research, he or she, and then probably shortlist two or three of those, bouquet of those kind of projects that he wants to or she wants to invest, and then finally take a call. And during this consideration phase, automation has to be taken a bit, more towards connecting the algorithms. But when it comes to content and communication, it has to be more emotive and more direct in terms of humanization part of the whole the algorithms that have been launched by the platforms.
Okay, so yeah, I think what we understood from you was, humanization and automation both are equally important, and somewhere or the other in the entire funnel, right? At the bottom of the funnel, when we are actually into the consideration stage or comparison stage, personalization is something which has to take a forefront. And automation will always be there, but then that is where it's more personalization, because they are at a stage where they are going to take a decision, and that is where they need more personal attention.
Absolutely correct.
Asha, I just want to add one point.
Yes.
You have to see automation in different stages of real estate. On a pre-launch or a new launch, you may like to do a lot of automation because your database is huge, and you are going out in a market where you are doing a new launch. There are a lot of people who are waiting for that project to come. So there you may like to do a lot of automation so as to funnel the data to site visits and conversion. But when you are in a sustenance phase, then you would like to personalize as much you can through your sales team, because the customer who has visited or been waiting for the project for the second round, then you need to change your communication, or the need gap analysis has to be done in a different way so as to give a human angle to it. So maybe as a smart marketer, I would like to do a lot of automation during pre-launch, during the new launch of the project, but not on a sustenance phase. Sustenance phase, I'd like to do it through my team, the sales team, going and having the conversation and the right conversation as per the need gap which has happened. I think that is required. And second thing is that you have to break the segments, affordable, premium, and luxury. I think which project will require more automation. It may be affordable or premium will require because the database is stronger and larger database. But when it comes to luxury segment, I would like to minimize the automation, where I would like to have a personal communication and human elements to it as far the communication goes, and the storytelling process that is involved for a luxury segment. And that is critical for a luxury segment, which is the human elements coming during the project launch and the sustenance phase.
I think that was very insightful. I also learned from there, launch and sustenance, vis-a-vis, also because premium or affordable or a mass segment, mid segment. So automation more required from the launch side, and mid segment compared to a luxury segment and a sustenance, because sustenance is where it's more need based selling, need-based requirement. Launch happens where there's a lot of hype in the market. There's already a lot of awareness, and it happens more on the impulse side. I mean, real estate never will be always on impulse, but then there is still there is a certain kind of flow in the market where we see nowadays, especially with real estate, every market, right from a Bangalore to an NCR, we see so much launches happening, and it just gets sold off in 3 days, 7 days, 10 days, and it's quite surprising in that way. So I would still say that currently, at least if the demand is very high also, but there's a certain level of impulse which was not there previously, especially in a market like Bangalore. And in that point, I think one very, very intriguing thing that I would definitely would want Vishesh to answer is that is it a realistic possibility that the website that dynamically adjusts to the story element it showcases based on the user's browsing history? Because I think somebody was talking about the user browsing history, but can the story be customized in that way? Is it a possibility? And the second part to this question would be that can it also happen that a predictive analysis can be used for the storytelling, where a certain customer behavior is already there, and the machine can predict and then accordingly show the story in the digital era? Is that a possibility? Mr. Vishesh.
Vishesh is not here. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So Samrat, I think you're the best one to answer this one.
Yeah. So with respect to, so when it comes to user browsing history, utilization of that, and customizing your communication with considering those kind of data insights and data gathering that you have already done over a period of any kind of stage of marketing that you have done in the past or historically, then in that scenario, nurturing plays a very vital role. Now, a lot of people utilize push notifications very aggressively. In the other segment of the industry, like with respect to categories like FMCG, or it is e-commerce precisely, people utilize web push notification very aggressively. Like you would have, everyone would have experienced. We add to cart lot of things, and then we just move out of it, and then automatically you start getting a lot of communication around that specific cart products that you would have added. Now, in that scenario, the whole algorithm is working in such a way that they have understood the kind of need that you're looking at, but for whatever reason, you wouldn't have been able to continue to get the whole sale process completed, right? So in that scenario, we have to. So the whole push notification algorithms work in that way. Now, this can be as Mr. Rajiv again said the right thing, that we have to understand the different customer journeys, wherein whether it is the initial launch or pre-launch level communication, or it is more to do with people who have filled the form, or people we can bucket it in that way. So wherein we are just creating an impression, or we are creating a click and just going through the digital journey, or we have got generated a thank you page, which is the form is already filled, or eventually the people have come down to our site. So these buckets can be created in our whole customer journey, and then this can be further divided in such a way that every customer journey has their own way of communication in terms of web push, or in terms of WhatsApp nurturing that we do with transactional or the MQL data, that is marketing qualified data that we have with us. Then apart from that, there are other mediums in terms of emailers, which now have been again under, you can say, in the limelight, which of lately people have been utilizing very aggressively. So utilizing that data and then backing all of these content again back to the nurturing and pushing it to your CRM to understand which level of data has been warmed up all over again, from whether it's your site visit bucket, whether it is your lead form bucket, whether it is your clicks bucket, or whether it is your impressions bucket, and accordingly move into the journey. So that is how a lot of brands have started utilizing it already across. Specifically, I'm talking about real estate because we work with a lot of real estate, and a lot of ACAT brands that we have been, or corporate brands that we have been operating with, have understood the value of this process, because they are setting up with a lot of data across India. A lot of people have projects pan India, and now the limitation of micro market selling is not no more a challenge. It has become a more of the macro market targeting has become more of a boon now, with so many aggressive digital strategies and algorithms in place. People are now not facing any kind of challenge to target people not only from other than the micro market, but other than the country. Like a lot of NRI campaigns and a lot of NRI markets have been also opened up, and people look up to a 15% or 10% of their whole overall attribution of sales coming on from those markets as well. So that is how we are utilizing those user browsing history data, or user historical data, to push in our communication and utilize them in the interest of the whole campaign that we are into.
And do you also think that the predictive analysis can also play a role, at least if not today, in the future?
I would say yes, but then what happens is, with aspects of uh, multiple stage of the projects, there might be different kind of human uh, emotions that can be pushed upon. Like for example, you might not be having in the same similar kind of offering coming in the every time that you're launching a project. For example, you're launching in a Parel and versus you're launching in a Virar. So the kind of data insights that you would have for a Parel might not match with something that is in a Virar, right? So that is something that we have to have an understanding, or of wherein we are able to utilize that kind of data for which kind of offering. Otherwise, predictive analysis is very it can be utilized with respect to, I would say, more of user generated content, wherein we are able to understand which kind of content strategy has played a very good role for us, or had created more engagement for us in the last launch versus the next launch that we can look up to. But with respect to data insights, I think predictive analysis might not be a correct or 100% correct method in case we are not targeting the similar kind of audiences with the offer.
Yeah, I think yes, because also in the analytics world right now, we are still in a very descriptive stage, and predictive is still at a very nascent stage, and especially in our industry, I don't think it has even started. Um,
Yes.
uh, yeah. Jay, I also wanted to have your thoughts on this, of this entire browsing history, and how the personalization can be done using the data that is already there, and then what are the tools also that has been used apart from this technology wise, which has created, which has kind of made automation and personalization both work together.
Sure. So, just when Samrat was sharing his thoughts, the point that I wanted to mention, and it is an answer to your question, using automation or using predictive analysis or using any kind of a tool depends on the story, depends on what is your marketing story, right? If if you're marketing to say just homemakers who live in a, if your audience is women homemakers, rich homemakers in a locality, you would market to them very differently if that's your target audience. So for them, you don't need any predictive analysis. You just need to build upon how you're convincing or what you're telling to them, right? So it really depends on that. And uh, what we try and do is for our real estate marketing, we zero down on the audience very, very sharply as best as possible. And then we create our communications around it. Uh, so a lot of times we don't even require to use automation because we know what we want to tell them, right? So we don't use chatbots purposely for that reason that we actually don't want to make it feel like this is not spoken to them or this is not, this is not communicated to them. So going back to your question, I don't want to digress very much, but I feel that predictive analysis or any tools depends on your story. This is just because it's there, you don't need to be using it. Uh, in terms of tools, uh, honestly, I have not used very advanced tools to create the stories. Uh, what we really try and do is because the offering is so like it's not a small the ticket size is very high, like ticket size is very large, so it's not like you're able to maneuver uh, that much once we have a story.
Okay, so what we are trying to say is chatbot, especially which is very machine-like, is something that we definitely don't use in a very high ticket and in a very high involvement product, because real estate or automobile is a very high involvement product. So the personalization, which is with storytelling, is something which is much more beneficial, and it will lead to higher number of transaction compared to more of automation.
Yeah, like we assign a person actually for our high ticket projects. We actually assign a person, like a relationship person that you can speak to. And we don't do a WhatsApp even, and we don't do a chatbot also.
Okay, okay. So Jay, what tools do you use, or do you also go with more personalization and more one-on-ones, and less of automation on real estate marketing or real estate prospects?
So, to create, because the website is the next best person to, before you visit the site, it's the next best person to tell you about the project. So we tailor our websites, very, very much to the offering, to the story, to the audience. So on website, we don't use a template approach, of course, and then we tailor make the websites across our projects depending on each project. So if you will see our websites on real estate, they're all very different. You'll not find any similarity among the 20 websites we would have created past year. So that is the personality that we create. Uh, in terms of tools, like we don't use any ready-made tools. We just use whatever is required. So for example, websites, we tailor make all our websites. We don't use any particular platform also.
Okay. So, Mr. Jay Chandani, I wanted to ask you, because we spoke about So when we were discussing all that, what I really realized was real estate is again very dynamic. We generate a lot of leads, as Mr. Rajiv also mentioned, and then entire lead generation and then the entire customization and personalization. It's a mammoth work by itself. What are the tools and technology that you use to segregate and then accordingly channelize your marketing initiative and efforts?
If I may, I would also like to add in something for the previous question.
Yeah.
So our MD, Mr. Rocky Srani, he was once telling me this recently. He and his friend were having this conversation. Now, the friend was a doctor, a very well-known doctor, and it was him, a very well-known real estate developer. And they had a debate on something, a certain question. I won't get into that. And they both decided to Google it. And you'd be surprised that the same Google search, the results that they got were essentially the same, except the language used was a lot more technical for the doctor's phone and was a lot less technical because it was a medical related question and was a lot less technical for us because he was not a doctor, so he would not be probably looking for these technical terms in that sense. So if you actually ask me whether websites will in the future be able to differentiate on who's using the content, so I believe programmatic advertising, if people look into that, that opens up a whole world of different opportunities where customization can be possible. Of course, I'm not the right person for the technical aspects of that. Coming to your question right now, so okay, what we do is we use a lot more, as anyone should, a lot more automation towards the top of the funnel. And as the conversations begin, it has to be more personalized. There's a lot of tools in the market. This HubSpot, which helps with that. There's automation go crazy. So the point is, at what level do you start with the real conversation and get and stop with automation?
Okay. And in that context, so obviously there is a lot of first party database that every company has, and there are a lot of third party database. So when we think about marketing, what's the primary, Mr. Chandani, that you look at, first party database or a third party database, especially in the funneling side?
Well, both are equally important because your first party database has to be a little more limited. No matter how many activities you participate in, we participate in all possible expos throughout the country. We do all events. We do international events. We are there's everywhere, but then there isn't enough, right?
Yes.
The,
So
the
that's why
more
third party.
the more database you have, the better it is, and you get over a period of time, you get better
Third party
acceptance.
databases where we do more automation, and first party databases where we can do more personalization, if I can ask that.
Well, theoretically, yes, but again, third party and first party database. First party database, our own database, is something which is sacred to us.
Yes.
Third party database, well, wouldn't care too much about it. Use automation, get it filtered, and no, I'm not in favor of third party database.
Okay. All right. So we are also running out of time, but one or two couple of points that I wanted to, and Ayushi, I would definitely would want you to start with it, and I definitely would want everybody to pitch in for this point, because balancing personalization and privacy is also a very important thing, because as a real estate marketing embraces storytelling and personalization through data analytics and all that digital tools and technological tools, what ethical consideration should marketers keep in mind to ensure that they are also respecting the data privacy and customer protection? So we'll start with Ayushi.
Yeah, I think we have all the tools to capture customer feedback and responses these days. I think we just have to be wary of acknowledging that, right? Auditing the data buckets at a monthly or a quarterly basis, so that however customer has reacted to your posts, to your emails, to every data point you have published to the customer, you have responded to the customer. If he has shown a disinterest, you have removed them from the bucket list. I think these are very tiny things that help the customer feel, because otherwise the customers feel the brand is really insensitive, that whatever you do, they keep sending me an email, right? So these are just very small things that if as marketers we can keep as our audit check mechanisms to just keep the customer feedback and have those timely frequency checks, that how are we responding to it, can probably help us balance that personalization and automation.
Rajiv, I would really want you to definitely pitch in, because that's something that you would be doing a lot in your domain as well.
Yes. See, just to add on what IOC was talking about the database and doing the marketing to the database. The other aspect, I think we all know that on a digital marketing piece, we get a lot of leads to Facebook and Google, and these are the two major drivers for the lead generation. And we, being the marketer, tend to do a lot of remarketing of those leads, and especially the Facebook leads. And today, as part of the automation process, I think one can do different bucketing of leads. Like once a site visit happens, and we come to know that what is the requirement from the customer perspective. Is it a school, or is it a balcony, or is it a bigger clubhouse? So during the first visit, the sales guy keeps probing on to figure it out what is the need. And based on the need, as a marketer, we try to segment our communication, the storytelling that you are talking about, that can be customized to different buckets. And once you bucketize those customized storytelling to one set of customer, it may be a school, the other set of customer, it may be the views from the balcony, the third customer can be a clubhouse that you are talking about. The three different set of communication can be rolled out to the Facebook customers, those who are there as a first party data in your database as a remarketing tool. So somewhere the data privacy comes here, that how much remarketing that as a marketer we can do to our first party data. So somewhere we have to see that as the communication goes on, then I can try 2 times, 3 times with different communication till the customer comes back to the site in terms of showing the interest. I think somewhere we have to see that that is the good thing about automation at a certain point of time, that you can segment it. And the last discussion point was that is the predictive analysis can be done. Yes, to a certain extent it can be done if you have done the site visit data collection properly. If the site visit data collection is properly, you can sit down with a descriptive format also, and you can bucket the different needs and then the storytelling part. So that's something is critical. And the last part that I would like to say is that creating the FOMO piece, the fear of missing out. Today, that what you are talking about, project getting sold in 7 days, 10 days, is really somewhere the referral angle is there. The customers, those who come to the site, they go out and talk positively about the project. And then that brings a lot of other customers or other channel partners to the site. And so somewhere that the referral part, being the first party data, if they can be a customer, it's great. If they can't be a customer, if we can use them as a referral tool and get them keep referring to the customers outside the database that we have, and that brings a lot of site walk-ins and then the conversion to the bookings. So somewhere that FOMO part is a big deal in real estate. If you can create FOMO through different aspects, it can be marketing, it can be urgency creation through pricing, your inventory and other things. But the referral link to FOMO creation, that works better in real estate, because real estate is all about positive word of mouth. And if you can create that referral program with your first party data, keeping the privacy in mind, and do a referral program to them, and they get a lot of walk-ins to the site. And that works really great for sales order booking.
Great, and this is my last question, and I'll throw this to Mr. Chandani first. So digital marketing can sometimes feel very one-sided. Okay, so what strategy can we use to encourage a two-way communication to give it a more human appeal? And what do you think should be done about that? And what do you think is the future of this entire humanizing? Where do you see the personalization will go to till what level, as per you?
So I think when the lockdown happened during the COVID years, everyone really understood the value of having digital assets and having everything digitalized. I remember having, we were lucky enough, God bless us, that we had really good sales even during the COVID point because floor plans, sites, 3D walkthroughs, 3D videos, everything. We had everything over there. Is it's a one-way communication? Well, yes, it is. But the idea is to let the customer know exactly what he's going to get before we start speaking to him. I think that's a very fair way to take things with a person who's going to invest all their life savings into buying that perfect home. Just taking it a little back to what a home really means to a customer. Um, a customer will always buy the most expensive home he can usually afford. He's not going to cheap out on buying the home. He wants to make sure it's going to have everything. It's going to have its amenities. It's going to be the right location. It's going to be close for his children to go to school, for his family to have a social, environment, malls and this and everything. So we first want to give the customer everything that the customer needs to know, right? And then we wait for him to ask the questions that, okay, what is it that's important for him and how can we address that? So I like it this way. I think it should be where first a customer gets to know everything and then decide whether he wants to have a second conversation with us.
Perfectly. I think you were perfect in that aspect. I really believe in whatever you said right now. We would definitely would want Mr. Fanendra and Samrat also to answer this thing of it's a one-way communication. Most of the time, it feels like one-way communication, and how can it be two-way? And what do you see, or how do you see the future of personalization? Till what level can it go? So we'll start with Mr. Fanendra.
Sure. So, real estate is using creators and influencers more and more. This wasn't the case. It was more one way before. And today, because advertising and marketing has become very social, because everybody is consuming social media a lot more, everybody's consuming reels, everybody. So, marketers are also looking at how they can be conversational, how they can be relatable, how they can be social, right? And this is happening across. So, real estate is also, also kind of, navigating and moving towards where they're using lifestyle influencers, fashion influencers to talk to their audience. So that's one aspect. But yeah, it is more one directional because um, unlike other products, there is, uh, unlike other lower ticket products like say fashion or anything like that, there is little to tell back or anything like that. So I think it will be one directional for the most part, but yeah, that is changing really.
Samrat, what's your take on that?
Yeah, hi. With respect to it being one dimensional or one directional, I would say unless and until you have a very transactional communication, it might look like a one directional approach. For the all the other categories, where we feel that it is a more engagement driven communication because there is a lot of storytelling involved. So you don't directly launch a project nowadays. You just directly don't show elevation and say 2 BHK, 3 BHK starting from it. You try to create some element and engagement in the pre-launch or the coming soon phase, right? Where the soft launch happens. And if there is a story involved into it, the whole one directional or a one dimensional approach changes to a 2D or a 3D, wherein no, you're not only directly interacting with your, because for any launches we have different, all the other ecosystems to be also engaged in, whether it is your employees, whether it is your channel partners, or whether it is your direct customers. So all of them have to be engaged in the similar kind of communication and the language that the real estate project has taken a position of, or the kind of positioning that the project wants to take in or the brand wants to take in. So in that scenario, the whole I would not say it becomes very one dimensional when it becomes only transactional and you're sitting in the second or the bottom of the funnel in terms of the communication. when you have a top-down approach where you have a top funnel created and you are creating an awareness and there is a storytelling involved, then it is all by the end of the bottom of the funnel, you have a very good engagement rates, and it is always a 2D communication, or 2D to the bi-directional, I would say, wherein the storytelling would always have a engagement happening, whether it is a positive or a negative. It is obviously depends on how well we are creating that storyline and how it is connecting the dots with respect to our offering in place. However, it is more to do with the storytelling, and as I had recently heard one of the TEDx speakers talking about Maya, which is coming up with most advanced but yet adaptable kind of communications and the storytelling, wherein it involves around that whole approach that a lot of people have already started, which we have seen, and we are able to also work with those kind of guys and eventually evolve on that strategy as an approach.
Fantastic. It was such a lovely interaction. I sincerely thank all of you for taking the time out from your busy schedule. I learned a lot, and you could enlighten us with your knowledge and experience. Thank you so much, everybody. It was a real pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
was, indeed, Asha, it was a fantastic panel. And as the speakers mentioned, storytelling is something which humanizes the entire this thing. Personalization and privacy is something, the balance needs to be created. And as one of the speakers mentioned, I think social media is now making it a two-way process. We get instant feedbacks also, so the communication is two-way now. To sum it up, Asha, what what would be your last words on how digital marketing is becoming more personalized in terms of, without obviously taking care of the privacy matters as well, not making it too personalized or too creepy for the consumer?
I think so I'll start from a bit, taking a step back. Initially, when the marketing was happening, it was not from the mindset of actually segmenting the customer. What has started happening is, for personalization, segmentation of the customer is also very important. To understand what's their need and aspirations and desires, and then you form a communication, and then you actually target them. So the step by step process is more defined now. And I will definitely give a lot of credit to COVID, where see, real estate was into digital marketing, but we were always few steps back from any other industry. That really fast paced the entire process, and when the entire world moved to a screen, and the entire world moved to more digitization, real estate had to really quickly adapt to it. And that is where the marketing effort and initiative turned into understanding the customer, because buying a home, we could never imagine would happen online, or the entire conversation or a virtual site visit and stuff like that. So right from segmenting of the customer to creating stories and taglines and communication as per those segments, and then targeting them through digital platform, has started. It is still a long way to go. I'll be very honest with that, especially because we have the analytics, we have the analysis and everything, but it is still not as refined as a lot of other industries are. So we have a long way to go. But yes, in the last 3 years, 4 years, it is really fast paced a lot. And my summation will be that any high involvement product, especially real estate, because most of the times people buy it once in their life, sometimes twice in their life, very rarely 3 and 4 times in their life. So definitely it's the most highly involved product that they'll ever buy in their life, and that is where the personalization has to be very important. So that is my summation to that.
Yeah, emotional involvement, I think, is much more rather than any
Emotional
other
and
product. But yeah,
financial, and everything. So when
correct.
you're buying a product which is your life long once that you're going to buy it, then of course the personalization has to take precedence over everything
We
else.
have one question here where it's talking about, obviously digital marketing is taking over a lot of marketing initiatives, but how to create strike a balance between online and offline channels in sales and marketing to engage with the audience. Asha, I leave it up to you. Who should take this question?
I think Ayushi and Ayushi can start with that.
Yes. I think, see, for a brand like us, our budgets are majorly focused on digital marketing. I think the previous session focused a lot on ATL, BTL, but I think with the usage of QR codes, it is a very good amalgamation of digital, the online and offline platforms, right? How you can use the ATL space, the print space, or the hoarding space, but put a QR code to showcase the overall storytelling. I think one of the points that we missed in the whole humanizing the digital space is usage of videos, right? I think using humans for videos, using the walkthroughs, the overall project videos that we've started using creates that two-way communication, right? And then we have using these small things like QR codes that creates a very sleek link between the online and offline campaigns. Yeah, so but consistency is very important in whatever we are saying online has to boil down to our offline communications. But yeah, clearly, I think from the last 5 years, while I was working with big brands, I had a lot of offline budget, but I leave it to the other experts here who have the monies to spend on offline these days.
So, Chandani was then how do you actually?
Jay, you would like to add something?
Yes. You're on mute, Jay.
Well, listen, both are equally important. You know, Amazon started out as an e-commerce platform, and they thought that traditional forms of media won't be required to be selling anything anymore. And now you see all the newspapers carrying full-page ads of Big Billion Days and Prime Day sale. Both are required. No one's replacing anyone. I think the market's big enough
I
for both.
agree. I agree there that traditional marketing will always be there. The budgets might shift here and there.
The question is, how do you strike a balance between the two? The offline and online. How do you strike the balance? What should be the strategy?
Awareness, lead generation. I think that's.
No,
I think offline is becoming more of a recall. Sorry to add this thing. That to add that brand confidence and recall while you showcase, and frequency you can show through online, but offline is to show that brand promise, that brand confidence. So it's very important to have that at a certain frequency. You're adding that burst of offline also to build. So in fact, we think that on offline is not to generate new leads. It helps rather more in conversions, because if a customer who's visited you or who has seen your ad on a Facebook or Google, when he sees your ad in a Times of India, that he feels that okay, hey, here's a good brand that's there in Times of India also, and that helps in converting better. So that's been the experience that we've had. Yes, over to you, Mr. Jay.
I'd like to point something out over there. So the reason why digital will always be my favorite. Okay, first of all, three things: it's tangible, it's interactive, okay, and you can literally analyze how many people are seeing it, who's clicking on it. When was the last time someone personally put out an email blast, right? You can even see which link which reader, which lead clicked on which link at what time. You can't get that sort of information from a hoarding, although hoardings are very important. Hoardings are very important. They're really, really good. But at the value and at the analytical level that digital gives you results, digital will always win. I mean, some billboards in Ahmedabad will probably, or in Bangalore, there's a regular billboard in a good area would probably be 10 lakh rupees. Ask that person to spend 10 lakh rupees in 1 month on just one Facebook ad and see the difference in results. Or a half jacket, in Chennai can cost anywhere between 40 lakhs to a crore, right? Depending on the newspaper. One day, one ad, put 40 lakh rupees on a Facebook ad one day. So there is no comparison, both are necessary. But yeah, for us as a company, I think digital always wins hands down.
Okay. Anyone else? How do we strike a balance between online and offline?
Sapna, there is B2B. Sapna, if you think there is B2B and B2C angle to it, in real estate, if you at the end of the day, whether you do digital ATL if your 70 to 80% sales happens through channel partner, then you have to see how you activate the B2B segment also. So when you do a ATL, outdoor or ATL medium, that becomes a very good conversational starter for channel partner also. So instead of starting digital, if you start ATL medium initially, your channel partner gets activated digitally. So they start put a lot of money on digital aspects to do lead generation. But if you do digital first, then you become competition to your channel partner. Then you both are fighting for the same keyword at a higher cost. But if you start ATL first, that gives a very good confidence to the channel partner to build their story and get the lead generation. So it's the entire strategy that one need to follow at different stages of the project. But it all depends if your contribution at the end of the day, if you're getting 60, 70, 80% contribution to channel partner, then you have to think about the ROI game. One is that how much ROI you're getting on digital or ATL level, but how you work with B2B segment and how you work with B2C segment. That becomes really critical more than anything else.
I agree.
Yeah, very good point, I think. Yeah, great. So I think it all depends on the strategy, the product, the personalization, and how you plan to connect with the consumers. But yes, digital marketing is getting more personalized. It's no more the mass messaging that is happening. And digital marketing is the way forward, as Jay very much believes in. So thank you so much. Thanks for this wonderful conversation. I think we can keep discussing on digital marketing. It's a huge subject, and still we are still figuring it out how to go forward. So thank you, Asha, for that wonderful moderation, bringing out the best from all our speakers. Rajiv, thank you for sharing your views. Samrat, Faninder, giving us the other side of the story, how you are doing it. And Jay and Ayushi, thank you for being part of this session. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you, Sapna. Thank you, Asha.
So
Thank you,
these
Asha.
were the marketing mavericks joining us during the day for
Thank
this
you, everyone. Thank you, Sapna. Thank you, Asha. Thank
fantastic
you, everyone.
summit. Thank you so much, everyone, Samrat, Rajiv, and being part of this session. And to all our speakers who were there with us the entire day for the different sessions. With that, we come to the end of this wonderful summit. Thanks to all our speakers for making this edition of Realty Plus Marketing Mind Summit 2024 so informative, interesting, and thought-provoking. And thanks to the awesome audience as well for being here with us today and sharing their queries. We could not take many of the questions, but we will take them offline and we'll make sure that our experts do share their answers with you. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the much awaited felicitation segment of the evening, and I hand it over to our dynamic host, Subhojit Ghosh, to take us through the Realty Plus Marketing Minds Awards 2024 ceremony. Subhojit, over to you now.
Thank you so much, Sapna. I believe, am I audible? Am I visible to everybody over here?
Yes,
can you please
yes,
flash
perfect.
your mic for me so that the fact that I'm visible and audible?
Yes, you are, Subhojit.
Yes. All right, well done, Sapna. I think that was indeed a fantastic summit, indeed, quite a successful one. And I was hearing some of the panelists speak and share their words of wisdom. So kudos to you all for taking time out and joining over here. I think virtual challenges are always there, but still taking out time from your schedules means a lot. So congratulations to everybody. And we are all now, it's time for the awards. So without any further ado, let's get going. A very warm welcome to the third edition of the Realty Plus Marketing Minds Awards 2024, ladies and gentlemen. The Realty Plus Marketing Minds Awards has a very simple mission. Shine a light on exceptional marketing communication professionals who have demonstrated excellent planning, execution, creativity, and innovation, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your host, Shubhojit Ghosh, and I welcome you all to this dazzling evening of felicitations and acknowledgements. It's here that we celebrate marketing that matters and recognize the professionals who are creating and executing campaigns that are winning the hearts and minds of customers, in addition to meeting business objectives, of course. Let me also inform to you all over here listening to me that the event over here is being live streamed right now on the Realty Plus website, which is www.rprealtyplus.com, and the Realty Plus LinkedIn and Facebook page, which is at the rate RP Realty Plus. So do remember to tag us, ladies and gentlemen. This is indeed the world of social media. So I believe social media tagging and engagement is very important. So our social media handles are @RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. And before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, with the award ceremony, it's very important to know what Realty Plus is all about. So without further ado, can I please request my friends over there at the console to have the AV for all of us?
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that, by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis, by showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
All right. Wow. That's quite a legacy indeed from Realty Plus. Can I request all of you over here to kind of flash your mics honoring Realty Plus and the legacy that they've created over the years? We cannot really clap over here, but you can flash your mic over there so that you can appreciate any of the winners. And of course, to begin with, we can appreciate Realty Plus. Can I please request you all to flash your mics, please, over here? With this. All right, so thank you so much. That was indeed a brief introduction to Realty Plus and its various products. Please do not forget to get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Realty Plus, if you would love to know more, which I'm sure you will. We would like to take this opportunity to thank our organization for its support, business media partner, BW, Business World Media Group, online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, and organized by Team Realty Plus, of course. All right, that was indeed a brief introduction. Now I'm sure you all are waiting for the awards. Before that, let me tell you all a little bit about the selection process and everything that went forward. In the meticulous process of selection, our esteemed leaders demonstrated their dedication and acumen in identifying the foremost talents, underscoring the weight of their responsibility. So that's very important, and we must note that. So without further ado, I present to you all the winners of the Realty Plus Marketing Minds Awards 2024. And just a short note for everybody over here, all the awards and all the winners that you are earning, it's, I think, really hard earned. So we would love to capture you all together in the form of a group photo. So I'll request everybody, right from the winners to the jury members, to kindly remain live with us till the end of the ceremony so that we can have a very special group photo over here virtually. So that's a request. Please do keep in mind, and we'll also request you to kindly share that photo on social media, tagging all of us. All right, thank you so much. So on that note, let's begin with the awards, ladies and gentlemen.
The third Realty Plus Marketing Minds Summits and Awards 2024 celebrates the remarkable achievements of visionary marketeers within the real estate industry. Our mission is to recognize and honor these change makers for their outstanding contributions across various categories. Join us as we uncover the marketing leaders driving change and making a significant impact in the real estate sector. Starting off with the Best Innovative Marketing Campaign category, let's explore the trailblazers making a significant impact in the real estate sector. And the award goes to Adani Realty for Primo Pass. And Eris Uniturn Real Estate Solutions Private Limited for Concept Ambience Garden Residences. And Tata Housing for Innovista.
A huge congratulations to all the winners over here. And first of all, I'll request Jatin Jain and Jatin Gajjar, brand manager from Adani Realty, to kindly join us over here and share some words. Congratulations, sir, on winning the award.
Thank you so much, Shubhojit. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
The Prime Pass campaign by Adani Realty has been for the new launch that we initiated for a new land parcel, which is again a pre-launch project at Kanjurmarg. Again, the campaign was a resounding success, yielding an impressive ROI with uh, close to zero marketing budget, yet generating 346 plus crore revenue in next 25 days. It's basically a bitly link which enable us to connect with our channel partners, which are the prime I think spine bone for the real estate market, where we generated around 11,000 plus inquiries and generated close to 346 crore business. So an exceptional remark for us to initiate the project at an initial state, and looking forward to extend this at a higher note. So thank you, Realty Plus, for recognizing.
Very huge congratulations, Mr. Jatin. I think very well deserved. And I'm sure with your visionary approach, you're going to be taking it forward. Many more awards coming in the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right. Can I please request our honorable winner, Yasha Saraf, co-founder, Aris Uniturn RE Solutions Private Limited, to kindly share some words of wisdom on this wonderful win. Can we have you over here, please?
Thanks, Shubhajit. I think the host has switched off the video, so I'm unable to switch it on.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see that. Thank you so much. I'm sure, all of us know we can only conceptualize these campaigns. There's not one person who's involved. There's a whole lot of team who's involved. So obviously, I'm accepting the award but there's a whole lot of team that is involved. But one thing very, very special about this particular campaign is, the kind of support and the freedom that we have gotten from Concept Ambience, because that's the client.
Yeah.
Are selling concrete, but in the world of concrete, when you have to create a campaign which is full of life, having a 600 square feet of a garden with a home. So yeah, it was a beautiful campaign, and thank you, Reality Plus, for recognizing all of us.
Wonderful it is. Reality Plus is indeed turning your dreams into reality, just like you're turning a lot of dreams into reality. Many congratulations, Yasha. We'll see you very soon.
Thank you.
On that
Thank you.
note, can I please
Thank you.
request Ishita Bhattacharya and Juali Lomate from Tata Housing to kindly join us over here?
Hey, hi, thank you so much for recognizing us, Realty Plus. This was the very unique experience to generate a revenue for our company through a chatbot AI and the automated campaigns which we had. Yeah, so yeah, thank you so much.
Congratulations, Ishita. I believe Poila Boishak Award has come a little before time, right? 15th it is, but then the award has come a little before. Congratulations and happy Bengali New Year to you. Thank you. All right, so moving on to the next award, please.
Marketing is a bridge between a brand and its customers, and a role that has become increasingly important in our times. Our next category is for Best Digital Marketing Agency. And the award goes to Webza.
Please, everybody, clap and flash your mics for Webza. Samrat Tiwari from Webza is joining us. Congratulations to you. And can we please have you over here for some words of wisdom?
Yeah. Hi. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Hi, Shubhajit. Thank you, Realty
Hi.
Plus. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again. We've been performing every year on year and closing on whatever we can earn out of ours as a teamwork. We always try to push in our bar whatever we can for clients, accolades, and it is very I'm very grateful that there are platforms like Realty Plus who are constantly honoring our efforts and so thank you very much. Thank you once again to give us such an honor.
Many congratulations to you, Mr. Samrat, and I wish you many more in the near future. Thank you so much for joining us. On that note, can we please have the next award, please?
The next winner has emerged as the standout performer in the category for Best Outdoor Marketing Campaign. And the award goes to GM Modular Private Limited for GM Jawan. And Imami Realty Limited for Imami Astha.
GM Modular Private Limited for GM Jawan. It is. Shah Rukh Khan has been sweeping awards for Jawan. GM Modular sweeps it over here. Can we please have Mr. Vikram Adhikari, Associate Director, Abhijit Bakhtiani, and Karan Dalvi with us over here joining us?
Audible?
Yes, you all. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Reality Plus, for recognizing us as best outdoor campaign for best outdoor campaign. Unfortunately, Vikram is not there with us. He's joined some other meeting. In fact, GM always has believed in innovation, and this was one such innovative campaign that we did with Jawan. And the entire team was we have the entire team over here who was a part of it. So I just like to say a big thank you to.
Huge congratulations to all of you.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you so much. Many more coming your way going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. From Imami Realty Limited for Imami Astha, can we please have Chetan Sharma joining us over here, please, for some kind words?
Hi. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir. Yes, you are.
Great. So I am Manish Gaur. Chetan is not available currently.
I'm also Yeah, Manishji, I have to say, I have just reached here, so I can also be available there for this.
Thank you so much on my
Wow,
behalf.
very good. So both of us take this opportunity to thank Realty Plus and accept this award. It has been actually very kind. They have put in a lot of effort in doing this outdoor entire campaign. We have a project which has 7 different types of bungalows to fit and cater to different needs of people. Excellent amenities such as gazing decks, paddling boats, floating restaurants, so on. So the concept in Kolkata of Amar Badi, that is my house, mixed with the facilities of a community living with all the amenities. So we have been, I think you have recognized us, so we have been able to showcase it over a period of time with different kind of bungalows and different amenities and the advantages of living in a community living. That has paid off. Thank you so much. And Chetan, as he's here, he and his team has done a lot of good work on this. Thank you, Realty Plus, once again.
Congratulations to you all, and very good to see you over here. We've all met over and connected over there in Kolkata, so very good to see you winning once again over here. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Shubhajit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure. All right. On that note, can I please request for the next winner?
The winner of Best BTL Marketing excels in implementing targeted strategies to engage potential buyers or tenants, generate leads, and drive successful real estate transactions. And the award goes to House Bay Consulting for Manyata Midlands and Royalty by K. Raheja Corp Homes.
Congratulations once again to both our winners. And firstly, can I please have the pleasure of having Manoj Radhakrishnan from AVP Digital Marketing from House Bay Consulting over here. Do we have Manoj Radhakrishnan ji over here? All right. So on that note, we can have our next winner. Next winner is Royalty by K. Raheja Corp Homes. For that, may I please request Jigar Narichania, Akruti Gupta, and Raghu Kakhandi to kindly join us over here, please.
Yeah. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, visible, audible, both, and I can see that white smile as well.
Yeah.
All thanks to the big win.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Realty Plus and the jury. For us at K. Raheja Corp Homes, we not only prioritize handing over the residential spaces to our customers, but for us, it is also about creating a cohesive environment through and through, which is also when you hand over the keys. And for us, Royalty basically takes ahead our approach, wherein we prioritize our customers over each and everybody. And through this Royalty program, we created a series of events for our customers quarter on quarter basis, which kind of gave them a platform to come together to have a lot of social engagement events. And eventually what we have witnessed is the increase in sales, the referral sales that we do, and yes, the goodwill of the brand. We created a lot of IPs, and we hope that in the future, and with this award and the kind of engagement that we have received from our customers, that we will make it bigger and better in the coming years. And thank you so much once again.
Congratulations once again. Many more awards coming in the near future. Keep rocking, keep slaying. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can we please have Manoj Radhakrishnan, AVP Digital Marketing from House Bay Consulting? Do we have him over here? I believe he's not here. So on that note, we can come back again. So I'll request the team to kindly play the AV for our next award, please.
The best corporate brochure Winner effectively showcases their real estate offerings, communicates brand identity, and captivates potential buyers or investors. And the award goes to Ambuja Neotia Group for Utalika Panchami and K. Raheja Corp Homes for Maestro.
Congratulations to both our winners. On that note, can I please request Subro Sarkar, AVP Group Branding from Ambuja Neotia Group, to kindly join us over here?
Yeah, I have joined. Shubhajit, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can see you. I can hear you. Wonderful.
Great. Thank you, Subhajit. Thank you, Exchange for Media. Thank you, Realty Plus, for this wonderful honor. We are really privileged, to get this. Utalika, of course, is a very, very special project for the entire brand team. Unlike typical real estate brochure that often features 3D images, this project had to present a very unique challenge as it involved showcasing a live aspect of the property and operational facilities alongside the 3D rendering. So it involved a bit of complications and bit of image consistencies because there are two different kind of formats. So we came up with a wonderful brochure which was divided into three parts. It involved quite an intricate detailing, right from various foiling, UV coating, multiple variations of gatefold, and this required a tremendous amount of coordination with the entire brand, the copywriters, the printer, the designers, and ultimately it came out really well. And we are so happy that we got recognition for that. And I really hope that Realty Plus harnesses this kind of event and inspires us, people like us, further. I'm so grateful to
Realty Plus will
Thank
go
you.
on. Realty Plus will go on for 100 more years. You will keep winning awards for 100 more years as well. Congratulations.
Thank you, Shubhajit. Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, may I please request Jigar Narichania, Akruti Gupta, and Raghu Kakhandki from Raheja Corp Homes to kindly join us as well?
So yes, we are here again.
Yes, yes, yes. Please be here.
Yeah.
We would love you to be here till the very end.
Yeah, so Maestro basically is one of the flagship projects by K. Raja Corp Homes, and it is located in Juhu. It is at the iconic B.R. Chopra studio. So for us, when we created the brochure of this particular project, it was very important that we leverage the cinematic background of BR Studios and also pay respects to the late BR Chopra. So the entire brochure was created in such a format that not only aesthetically but visually, storytelling, everything revolved around the cinematic brilliance that BR Studio is, and blend it with obviously the real estate elements which are required to sell the project. So yes, thank you so much once again for recognizing this efforts from our side. Thank you. Thank you to the jury as well.
Anything that's done with good intent is always, picking up the right cause. So congratulations once again. Thank you so much. On that note, may I please request for our next winner, please?
Next, we have the winner of the Best Project Launch for executing an outstanding project launch that effectively showcases the property's features, generates interest, and drives successful sales. And the award goes to Century Real Estate for Century Trails, pre-launched as codename Basecamp. And Tata Housing Development Company Limited for Ragam.
अगर लॉन्च ही अंगार वाला हो तो अवार्ड भी धमाकेदार होगा ही. Congratulations to both our winners. May I please request Mr. Vikas Nair, Senior General Manager Marketing, Century Real Estate, to kindly join us over here and share some words.
Hi Shubhajit, Vikas is not available at this moment. I'm Mayur from Century, the brand manager, and I have with me
Congratulations for you and your colleague as well.
Thank you. It was a campaign that broke the cookie clutter, and kind of, no one has come up with this theme, and we identified that the location where we are having and the TG that we were targeting resonated with this theme, and the rest is history.
Yeah, we kind of, the phase one sold out in record time in 48 hours, if I'm not wrong. So yes, this award and that award has been the biggest that we can ever win.
Congratulations to you both, and
Thanks
I
a
love
lot,
your
Shilpi.
smiling faces. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. May I now please request Ms. Kiran Bhambani, Deputy General Manager, and Swapnil Auti, Manager, Tata Housing Development Company Limited, to kindly join us over here, please.
Hi, Shubhajit.
Hi, ma'am. I can hear you.
Yes, great. Okay. Thank you to Realty Plus for awarding us with this prestigious category. The project launch award for Agam was very, very unique because it actually helped Tata Housing realize an SOV of 650 crores in a week's time. The project is located in Bangalore and is based on a very unique concept of Carnatic music. So that's been really, really great to work on. And I, along with my team, Swapnil is a part of my team. I'm not sure if he's here. But yes, worked really hard on this. And yes, thank you. We look forward to winning many awards with many more launches in the future.
Even if he's not here right now, I'm sure he'll be very proud after he's listening to whatever you have said right now. Many congratulations. And like you said, many awards in the future as well. Many congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
On that note, can I please request for our next winner, please?
Moving on to the category Best Print Marketing Campaign that effectively promotes real estate offerings, engages the target audience, and achieves successful outcome. And the award goes to PS Group.
The biggest congratulations to PS Group. Congratulations. Hard work has given the results. Can I please request Baishakhi Sarkar Datta to kindly join me over here, please?
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you, Realty Plus. Thank you, jury, and thank you to all our well-wishers. I think this is not just us, but it's also everybody we collaborated for this, our creative partners, associates, everybody has a share in this win, and of course the team. So thank you once again. It feels
Many
really
congratulations. Many
Thank you.
congratulations, and hopefully many more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So on that note, can I please request the team for our next winner, please?
A winning campaign can elevate your brand's image and surpass your sales. Our next category is for the Best TVC Marketing Campaign. And the award goes to Casa Grande for Casa Grande Sun City.
Best TVC marketing campaign, Casa Grande for Casa Grande Sun City. Unfortunately, we don't have anybody over here. Probably they're so great at marketing, they must be busy with their marketing. But great stuff, and congratulations to the entire team, and hopefully many more coming your way in the future as well. Congratulations to Casa Grande for Casa Grande Sun City. On that note, can I please request for the next winner, please?
Always an exciting category. The Best OTT Platform Marketing Campaign is the most effective and impactful marketing effort conducted on streaming services or OTT platforms. And the award goes to Great White Electronics Private Limited for its shockingly bright campaign.
Great White Electricals Private Limited, it is for shockingly bright campaign, but I'm definitely not shocked because they're winning, because they definitely deserve to win. Can I please request Shelja Chopra, General Manager, Marketing and Brand Communications from Great White Electricals Private Limited, to join us over here and share some words after this win?
Hi, how are you?
Hi, all great.
See, so this is my team behind the Shockingly Bright campaign with me. Hello.
Definitely not shocking, but they must be very happy and surprised and ecstatic.
Yeah, so whole team is shockingly extremely bright right now. This is definitely a very shocking news for us because we have won the award at the initial launch phase of the campaign. Like it's been rightly mentioned that OTT is a very challenging platform after TV. It has been a roller coaster ride for us to do this test drive for this campaign. And I'm very happy and I'm very thrilled, extremely glad that our campaign has done this super success. While speaking to you at this moment, we are planning the second launch phase for our campaign.
क्या बात है, fantastic, and I'm sure definitely after this win you all must be feeling OTT as well. लग रहा हो ना
Oh,
ऐसा
yes.
किया?
Yes. And
क्या
last
बात
but
है?
not the least, I would like to share my gratitude to my friend Tripti and Sapna out there and to the entire team of Realty Plus. Thank you so much, guys, for this award. Really appreciate this. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. A huge
Thank
shout
you.
out to them and the entire team of Realty Plus for putting this up. Every
Yeah.
year they do this. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
All right, and before we move ahead, I request all our winners and jury members over here to kindly stay back and join us over here till the very end because we'll be having a special group photo at the end. So इतने अच्छे से आप लोग सब जीत रहे हो, मेहनत करके आगे बढ़े हो, and you're winning all these awards. So it's very important that we all celebrate that moment in the form of a group photo. So I request you all to kindly be there live with us till the very end so that we can have that group photo. Thank you. On that note, can I please request my friends over there at the console for the next winner, please?
Residential Realty makes home buying dreams come true. Helping bring life to these dreams are our top performing winners in the category of Best Residential Project Marketing. And the award goes to Ashwin Seth Group for Edmont Aurelia by Ashwin Seth Group and K. Himani. And PS Group for Vanya. And Piramal Realty for Vana at Piramal Revanta.
Ladies and gentlemen, यहाँ पे एक नहीं, दो नहीं, तीन winners है, तीन की शक्ति, that is what we call. Congratulations to all the three winners over here. I'll request Riddhi Veera from Ashwin Seth Group to kindly join us over here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, we can see you.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
Thank you, Realty Plus for this prestigious recognition. And Edmont is our 15th iconic landmark project at Kandivali. And if anyone is looking out for home, please to visit and do book for us.
Definitely. The message is definitely passed on to everybody over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. On that note, can I please request Baishaki Sarkar Datta from PS Group to join us over here once again, please?
Hi, hello once again.
Yes.
Thank you, Realty Plus, of course, the jury once again for recognizing Vanya. Vanya is a project that is really close to our hearts because it aligns with the brand stance of sustainability. It's about urban forest homes. And there's a lot of effort that has gone in, both in terms of from the sides of the PS Group as a team, as well as our creative partners. And I think we've been able to make the essence of the project, which is about greens and the luxury of living amongst greens, stand out. And which is why the campaign is getting recognized over and over again. So thank you once again. It feels really great.
You know, I truly believe that when you take care of nature, nature takes care of you, Mother Earth takes care of you, the universe
It's
takes care
showing.
of you. So since that you have done that, the universe is definitely taking care of you in terms of these awards. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, may I please request Pushkar Javdav, AVP, Kyron Dinshaw, Joint Vice President Marketing and Commercial Leasing, and Sholom Khemkar, AGM Piramal Realty, to kindly join us over here, please. Do we have our winners from Piramal Realty?
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible and you're visible as well.
Hi. Okay, so I am here to receive the award on behalf of Piramal Realty. Sadly, none of the team members could be there. So thanks a lot, Realty Plus, for giving us the opportunity to participate and also giving us the award. It really means a lot to us and the whole of Piramal Realty. So thank you so much.
Congratulations, well done. And the weekend is here. You can definitely celebrate going forward. Congratulations on the big win.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you. On that note, can I please request my friends over there at the console for the next award, please?
Taking it a notch ahead is the winner of Best Warehousing Project Marketing that has set a new standard in real estate marketing excellence. And the award goes to Indospace Development Management Private Limited for all boxed ticked NCR.
Congratulations, Indospace Development Management Private Limited. Can we please have Priya Matthias, Senior Vice President Marketing, Indospace Development Management Private Limited over here, please? And it says for all box ticked, definitely you have ticked all the boxes correctly, which is why the award is yours.
Hi, thank you, Team Realty Plus and Tripti Keria. Priya Matthias unfortunately couldn't join in. I've joined in on her behalf, and I would like to really thank the entire team at Realty Plus as well as the jury for selecting Indospace for this award. This was one of the most ambitious project campaign for us, and when it comes to NCR as a market, Indospace wanted to kind of drive the message that whether it's any need, desire, or objective aspiration of every brand, we fulfill all the boxes and all the boxes are ticked. So that's the whole creative strategy behind this campaign. And thank you so much. And this campaign itself has yielded a lot of benefit for us. Almost 4.2 million square feet of space requirement was generated. So it was one of the best performing campaigns that we have run. So thank you so much.
You mentioned about all boxes ticked. Was the last box about winning awards? Because you must have ticked that as
Yeah,
well.
I think now we have ticked all the boxes.
Congratulations. And may you
Thank you.
keep ticking boxes the way you are. Congratulations. We'll see you
Thank you
very
so
soon.
much.
Thank you. On that note, can I please request for the next award, please?
Announcing the pinnacle of excellence in the Best YouTube Campaign category. And the award goes to Tulsa Group for Tulsa Content Creation for Gulmohar Villas and PS Group for The Reserve.
Yeah, baat hai. Today's world is indeed driven by YouTube, and if you can get that campaign sorted, a lot of things is already done. Congratulations to both our winners. Can I please have Pratik Garg, CEO Tulsa Group, to kindly join us over here, please?
Hello, am I audible or visible?
Yes, you're audible and visible both.
Okay, hello, my name is Priyanka Dhar, and I am incredibly honored to be here to represent my company, Tulsa Group. And on behalf of our MD sir, Mr. Pratik Garg, and our entire team, I want to express our sincere gratitude for this prestigious awards. And especially, I also want to thank our viewers and subscribers as well. Your unwavering support, feedback, and engagement motivate us to continually push the boundaries of creativity and innovation. Thank you so much. Thank you, the jury member. Thanks to our host also. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And like a true YouTuber, please say, like, share, and subscribe to my channel. I'm a YouTuber myself.
Yes.
I can feel your emotions. एक अपने
Sure.
मैसेज भी दे दीजिए अपने चैनल के लिए.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. On that note, can we please have PS Group winner? We will be having Vaishakhi Sarkar Datta joining us over here as well for the third time, hat trick.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, and all our well wishers. It really, we are honored to have been recognized so many times today. And on behalf of the entire group, a big thank you it's quite a motivation for the team to keep pushing themselves and to keep doing better and better work so that, we keep on getting such recognitions in future. Thank you so much.
Three recognitions already. Can the celebration wait till Poila Boishak or you need to celebrate a little before? Team
No,
already aa gaye ho.
so the weekend is just starting. So I think this was
Yeah.
absolutely the right time for the recognitions.
Fantastic, fantastic. Congratulations. Very happy. Thank you. On that note, we'll move to our next winner, please.
The Marketing Influencer of the Year celebrates an individual's extraordinary influence and impact in the marketing arena, highlighting their leadership, innovation, and capacity to inspire. And the award goes to Pratik Garg, CEO, Tulsa Group. And Shelja Chopra, General Manager, Marketing and Brand Communication, Great White Electricals Private Limited.
Fantastic stuff indeed. Congratulations to both our winners. Do we have somebody from Tulsa Group joining on behalf of Mr. Pratik?
Yes,
Oh, yes.
again. Thanks once again. The same thing. The journey of success is never like without its challenges. Especially in recent times, we have faced unprecedented obstacles and uncertainties. But our MD sir, Mr. Pratik Garg, is hitting sixes and sixes. So it is during these challenging moments our true strength and resilience shine though. So we have embraced change, adapted new circumstances, and emerged strong than ever before. And next year also we will grab the awards positively.
It's almost like if challenges would be the game of cricket and ICC tournaments, Mr. Pratik Garg is the MS Dhoni of it. Congratulations.
100% in every field.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
On that note, can I please request Shalja Chopra, General Manager, Marketing and Brand Communications, Great White Electricals Private Limited, to join us over here as well, please? Do we have somebody from Great White Electricals Private Limited joining us over here? All right, no problem. We can move on to the next one. And before moving on to the next one, once again, I know a repetitive message indeed, but then it's important to kind of put forward the communication very clearly. I'll request all our winners and jury members to kindly stay online with us till the very end. Trust me when I say this, virtual photos are a lot more fun than the real ones at times. So please request you all to stay back right till the very end for a special photo opportunity with all the winners and jury members together. Thank you. On that note, can we please have the next winner, please?
Recognizing dynamic leadership is the award for Young Marketer of the Year. And the award goes to Virinda Sood, Chief Marketing Officer, Mantri Developers.
Biggest congratulations to Mr. Virendra Sood, Chief Marketing Officer, Mantri Developers. Virendra Sood ji, are you here with us? All right, congratulations. I believe he's not over here. Many congratulations to you. Hopefully, we'll get to see you very soon. On that note, can I please request for our next winner, please?
Digital presence goes hand in hand with brand awareness, excelling in the category of Digital Marketing Campaign of the Year. And the award goes to Mantri Developers for Valentine Week campaign. And Tata Housing for Mera Ghar, Mera Desh.
Congratulations to both our winners for slaying the digital marketing campaign. That's why you guys are winning. Can we please have, I believe nobody from Muncie Developers is joining over here, but still a huge congratulations and shout out to the team. And may I please request Ishita Bhattacharya from Tata Housing to kindly join us over here as well.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, Sushant ji. Congratulations.
Hi, thank you so much. So, talking about this campaign, so we use this campaign, Mera Ghar Mera Desh, as a national campaign based on the patriotic poem that builds a connection between home and country in the month of August. The idea of this campaign is to play on the emotion, home, and the nation connects basically. Through this campaign, we were able to achieve a social reach of around 13.7 million plus with a minimum investment of 2 lakhs. The credit of this campaign, of course, goes to the entire sales and marketing team of Tata Housing. Thank you, jury, and thank you, Realty Plus, for this award.
Mera Ghar, Mera Desh. I love the name personally. Congratulations. If you can, kind of blend in emotions with such strong terms, nothing like it. Congratulations once again. And I'll request all of you over here who are joining us, if you can kindly keep your mics on mute so that we can avoid any form of echo. On that note, can I please request for our next winner, please?
Recognizing the uniqueness in real estate projects, we present the award for Integrated Brand Campaign of the Year. And the award goes to Finolex Cables Limited for No Stress Finolex.
Wonderful it is. Finolex Cables Limited for No Stress Finolex. May I please request Amit Mathur, President Sales and Marketing from Finolex Cables Limited, to kindly join us over here.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Subhajit, and thanks, Realty Award and jury members, for this wonderful achievement. So, winning the Integrated Campaign of the Year award is an incredible achievement, and I'm so proud of our team and our agencies for this well-earned recognition. The honor is not only a recognition of our team's hard work and dedication, but also a celebration of creativity, collaboration, and innovation. It recognizes Rolex's ability to identify a big idea that creates impact and then execute it across the media. As we accept this award, we recognize that responsibility it entails. Your feedback and support will be invaluable in driving us deliver the same to our end customers. And our campaign was No Stress Finolex, and our brand ambassadors are Karthik, Aryan, and Kiara. So I'm really happy to win this award for my team. Thank you.
थोड़ा बहुत भी जो स्ट्रेस था जीतने के पहले वो भी खत्म हो गया. Congratulations for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. On that note, can I please request for our next winner, please?
Recognizing the project that captures attention, its Experiential Marketing Campaign of the Year award. And the award goes to Joyville by Shapurji Palonji for Joyville Celestia.
Biggest congratulations to Joyville by Shapurji Palunji for Joyville Celestia. We unfortunately do not have anybody joining us over here for this award, but huge congratulations to the team nonetheless. And may you keep winning many more in the future as well. On that note, can I please request for our next award, please?
In our next category, we honor the CSMO of the Year, who spearheads the development and implementation of the company's sales strategy across key market segments, driving the company's growth. And the award goes to Bhavik Bhandari, CSMO, Ashwin Seth Group, and Amit Mathur, President, Sales and Marketing, Finolex Cables Limited. And Sarthak Seth, Senior Vice President and Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, Tata Realty and Infrastructure.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Ki Shakti, it is once again for CSMO of the Year. Can I please request Mr. Bhavik Bhandari, CSMO, Ashwin Seth Group, to kindly join us first over here. Do we have Mr. Bhavik joining us over here? All right. I'll request Mr. Amit Mathur, President, Sales and Marketing, Finolex Cables Limited, to kindly join us once again, please.
Yeah, thanks, Shobhajit. Thanks once again to the Reality Plus and jury members. So I'm really honored and deeply humbled to be recipient of the CSM of the Year award. This recognition is not just a testament to my individual efforts, but a celebration of the incredible team and support system that has propelled me forward. At this juncture, I must acknowledge the organization that I'm proud to be represent, which is Phenolix Cables Limited. It is privileged to be part of a company that fosters a culture of innovation, integrity, and excellence. I pledge to continue pushing the boundaries, driving growth, and making a positive impact on the industry and the lives of those we serve. So thank you very much. Thanks once again.
Congratulations, Amitji. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
On that note, I'll request Sarthak Seth, Senior Vice President and Chief Sales and Marketing Officer from Tata Realty and Infrastructure, to join us over here, please. Mr. Sarthak.
Hi, this is Ishita this side. Sarthak Seth is not
Hi.
currently.
No problem.
So we as a team will accept the award on his behalf. We already have won 3 awards. We have won the Innovista Award. We have won the Digital Campaign and Launch Campaign of the Year Award. So as a team, me, Kiran, Julie, Sushant, and Swapnil accept his award. We are led by a leader like Sarthak said. Hence, we are able to achieve multiple awards in multiple domains, be it digital, be it launch campaign, or be it innovation in the range of AI. Thank you again for this award and hope to receive more.
Absolutely. Like team, like force. Congratulations, Ishta, once again. Great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. On that note, can I please request the final award of the day, please?
Now, in the perfect conclusion to our honor roll, we raise the benchmark by announcing the winner of Marketing Icon of the Year, inspiring others to follow in their footsteps. And the award goes to Yasha Saraf, co-founder, Eris Uniturn Real Estate Solutions Private Limited. And Kyron Dinshaw, VP and Head Marketing, Piramal Realty. And Dr. H.C. Mario Schmidt, Managing Director, Lingle Windows and Doors Technology Private Limited.
Wow. 3 winners indeed for this one. Marketing Icon of the Year. So much efforts into marketing. Yasha Saraf, co-founder, Aris Uniturn, RE Solutions Private Limited, joining us once again. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, Subhajit. This is a pretty heavy title that you guys are giving. So thank you so much. But you know what? To be very honest, in our parlance, marketing, whoever understands this subject very well, none of us are anything alone, right? So I'm also not an exception here. So what happens at Uniturn is I have an incredible team, incredible partners and agencies. And you know what? They bring in so much of passion, innovation, so much of storytelling that you automatically, get a lot of glory in these kind of campaigns. So yeah, it is definitely not only me, but all of them who have been a part of the entire journey throughout the year. And yeah, thank you to Reality Plus. You guys are doing such wonderful, wonderful work, getting all the fraternity together and recognizing such great work. So yeah, congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations to you as well. A force to reckon with indeed.
Yes,
May I
thank
please
you.
invite Kyron Dinshaw, VP and Head Marketing, Piramal Realty, to kindly join us over here now, please. Do we have Kyron Dinshaw, VP and Head Marketing, Piramal Realty, over here with us? I believe not. On that note, I'll request Dr. H.C. Mario Schmidt, Managing Director, Lingle Windows and Doors Technologies Private Limited, to kindly join us over here, please. Dr. H.C. Mario.
Yeah, very
Do we
good
have
evening,
you over
everyone.
here?
Hello, hi.
Yeah, hi, good evening.
I would like to thank Realty Plus and what Areda Yasha said. It's not an own work and it's a team behind. But when you are the face and when you are the brand ambassador of your company or the campaign, whatever goes, you have to live it, you have to live with it, and you have to be as natural as possible. Either it's an kind story, it's an exciting story, you have to be the way life is, and only when you represent it so that it really goes, when you make it infectious, that the message just spreads, then you are on the right path, and then you are going to reach to your audience where you are. And what is very important for me, whatever campaign for our product, windows and doors, we are doing, it is all about knowledge. We are sharing our knowledge. We are sharing things about what has to be done, what should be done, new products, what is happening across the world, what has to happen or what is going to happen in India. It is not just something on a billboard. It is always a real story behind. And when you does it in the best possible way, then you have the chance of getting awarded. Like today, I feel really, really happy of getting this award. Thank you once again to Realty Plus and to all the other members who got an award in their own category tonight. Thank you so much and see you shortly, maybe in a live event in future. Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations to our marketing icons of the year. And what I really, really love for all of you over here is that you guys might be the chosen ones when it comes to being the icons, but all of you, the way you recognize your team and honor your team in the best way possible for the effort that they put throughout the year is truly commendable. Congratulations to all the winners. Fantastic. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. You have been a fantastic audience. With that, we come to a brilliant close of the Realty Plus Marketing Minds Awards 2024. Like I said, I believe 50 times in the past, we'll be having a special group photo with all the winners and the jury members together. So it's time to turn on your cameras now. All your winners and jury members over here, please turn on your cameras so that we can capture this moment and make this achievement all the way more memorable. Can I please request all our members, all our winners, jury members over here to kindly switch on your camera so that the photo can be clicked by the console team. Everybody, do you have their cameras on? I'll request the console to kindly have a look at it. Do we have everybody over here joining us for the photograph? Can I get a go ahead from the console? Is that everybody has joined and everybody, because I can't see everybody over here. And it's time for a photo. Can I request all of you to smile as well? I know it's a little challenging virtually, within these little windows, but, excitement is there for all of us. So I request all of you to kindly smile. Imagine your class photograph being taken. Are we done with the group photograph? Can I have a go ahead on that?
No. Just hold on.
Yeah. I believe Mr. Jatin's video needs to be on.
It's working. It's working. Thank you.
Okay.
On the count of
Request
3.
everybody. Yeah.
1, 2, 3. One more. Thank you.
Wonderful. So are we done with the photo? Fantastic. So the photo is indeed done and the memory is indeed etched in our minds and hearts forever. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all the winners. Like always, you have made the industry proud with your dedication and performance, and I'm absolutely confident and sure about the fact that jitna mehnat aap log kar rahe ho on a regular basis, this will continue to inspire people in the best way possible. Thank you so much. Like I always believe, ladies and gentlemen, talent, hard work, and dedication are truly the heroes here at the Realty Plus Marketing Minds Awards. All the best to our dynamic winners. May they pave the way for positive growth in the Indian real estate sector. I request everybody to kindly tag us in your lovely winning shots. It's very important. Our social media handles are at the rate RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. We genuinely look forward to seeing you all very soon, virtually, and with God's grace, once we emerge over here, we go forward we'll be having a delightful first opportunity to connect very soon in person as well, like somebody said. Thank you so much to all of you. God bless. Take care. Stay safe. This is your host, Subhajit, signing off. I'll see you all very soon. Thank you.